Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Andrew Jones. Senator Jones.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that you have made, and thank you that we're able to come together as the Alabama Senate and work on behalf of the people of this great state, Lord. Pray that you'll just give us your blessing, give us your guidance, your wisdom, that you'll direct our paths as we enter into this home stretch of the legislative session, Lord. Pray a special blessing on each and every member and their family represented here, and you pray that you'll just be with us in all that we do, think, and say this week. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thanks, Senator Jones. Today, the pledge will be led by Orrin Douglas. Orrin attends Strawn High School and is paging for Senator Carnley.
Attention, salute, pledge.
All right, thank you, Orrin. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 27 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery, and I call your name. If you could please stand. The guest of Senator Roberts, Hudson Cosby, and Henry Brothers. If y'all could please stand. All right, welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, start off on the House messages. Secretary, call the first House message. All right, while we're waiting, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Price and Senator Hovey, Lee County Alpha Women's Leadership Committee, if y'all could please stand. Also, the guest of Senator Price, Oline Price. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have you all today. All right.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill. House Bill number 145 regarding appropriations for public education and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House, Garrett, Lovern, and Drummond. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I make a motion we accede to the request and go to conference.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Can
Senator
I
Shellnut.
speak to that motion?
Sure.
What is, just got some questions, what HB 145 is? Can I get a
Senator,
copy of
I
that?
think these are the budgets.
Oh. These are the budgets. Can we have it read? Can we have it read at length? I just got a question. I can talk on it? Can I have the title read? No, can't have anything read? So I can just talk on it? Let me talk on this motion. So this is the budget. So do we know what they did? We don't know who can explain this? No. HB 145, I'm just wondering what's going on here. Yeah, I'd like a copy and see what they did. Not sure let me see, they non-concurred in Senator Amendment Request Committee on Conference. Nobody knows why they non-concurred. Did we get an explanation of that? Just kind of wondering what's going on in the House. I wonder what they're doing with our budget, what they didn't like. I need to give Representative Garrett a call. I think I'm gonna get him on the phone here. See why the House didn't like our budget. What problems they had. Senator Smitherman, do you know why they had a problem with our budget down there? You don't have a clue either. I need to know what we're non-concurring on. Oh, the education budget, but why did they non-concur? Nobody knows. Yeah, I heard they might have affected my schools. They might have done something horrible to Senate District 17 and all my great schools. I got some great schools, Jefferson County. I got Hewitt-Trussville High School. I have Mortimer Jordan High School, Gardendale High School. I got a lot of great schools in my area, Pinson Valley, Clay Chauvel. Oh yeah, can't forget Blount County. Hayden High School. Senator Carnley went through Hayden. He said he saw Hayden High School. Have Aniana High School. We have a new high school, Southeastern. It actually is a K through 12 school. Another great school in my area is Appalachian High School. Let me see if I can think of another one. I know all my schools. I know all my schools. St. Clair County, I represent Asheville High School. There's a lot in St. Clair County that I share with Senator Bell. We share a bunch of great schools in St. Clair County. Let me get back to Blount County. I was distracted. We have Southeastern. We have.
Senator Shellnut, do you care if I recognize some special guests in the gallery? I don't want to interrupt you, but.
Oh, please. This is thrilling, I know. So
Yeah.
please interrupt.
All right, got some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Kitchens. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. Alex Lee and Austin Hook. If y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have y'all today.
Do I have the mic back?
You've got it, yes.
Thank you there, Mr. President. So where was I? Oh, Blount County Schools. I was talking about my Blount County schools. We have some great schools in Blount County. We have Hayden High School.
How's the pickleball teams in Blount County?
I'm not real sure. I know Aniana has a good pickleball team, but let me see, we got Hayden High School, we've got Appalachian High School, Southeastern, which is a K through 12, Aniana, which is its own school system. J.B. Pennington, I don't really represent J.B. Pennington, but that's Central West Kitchens. He represents J.B. Pennington. I think I have a couple of students. I'm not sure. We have, I hope I'm not forgetting any. Susan Moore, that's another one of Senator Kitchens' high schools. Appalachian, that's mine. I mentioned it. It's a little 1A school, great little school. I wish I'm going to invite the Lieutenant Governor up there to see it one day. He'd be proud of it. Rural schools, they don't really get a lot of money for these rural schools, but they do a great job with the little bit of money that they can raise. Got some great elementary schools. Southeastern Elementary School, my niece actually teaches pre-K there. I'm wondering how these changes might affect her classroom in Southeastern. My sister was a principal at Aniana High School. She was a teacher for 25 years. I'm wondering what she thinks about these changes that maybe went on with the education budget and why they're not concurring with us. So let me see. We've got, this is so much fun. Let me see. We've got some middle schools. I can't leave those out. I wonder how they are affected by this bill. We got some wonderful teachers. Got to make sure they didn't take away any of their funding for their projects. Need to give a shout out to Miss Presley, who is a teacher at Southeastern Elementary, great science teacher that used to work in Jefferson County, and they stole her away, took her up to Southeastern Elementary School, and that school's only been around for a few years. I just wonder, what we have going on here. Let me look at this bill, HB 145. Let me see. To make appropriations for the support, maintenance, and development of public education in Alabama for debt service for the capital outlay for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025. Being enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 1, there is a hereby appropriated for the support of public education in Alabama for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 for debt service and for capital outlay to be paid out of the funds specified in subsection A of Section 2 of this Act and the accounts specified in subsections A, B, C, D, and E of Section 3 of this Act. For the purpose specified in subsection B of Section 2 of this Act, amounts are shown by the pragmatic area and the total for all programs is shown so as to include estimated sources of funds other than those listed in subsection A of Section 2 of this Act. For the purpose of this Act, ETF shall mean the Education Trust Fund, and federal and local funds shall mean all gifts, grants, contributions, and entitlements, including grants by Congress of the United States, municipalities, or countries. Man, I'm wondering how much Congress of the United States has sent our way. I bet they have sent us a lot of money. We pay a lot in taxes. We got to make sure we appropriate this money appropriately. Let me see. The appropriations provided for this act shall be paid from the funds in the state treasury to the credit of the Education Trust Fund, Alabama Peace Officer Standards and Training Fund, Impaired Drivers Trust Fund, Driver Education. Let me see. I lost my place there. Special Education Catastrophe Fund, Public School Fund, and the other listed funds, and are hereby made for the support of public education in Alabama for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025. I figure if I keep doing this, everybody might fall asleep, Mr. President. And the appropriations herein made shall be subject to the provisions, terms, conditions, and limitations of the Budget and Financial Control Act, Code of Alabama 1975, Section 41-4-80, the provisions of the Budget Management Act of 1976, Code of Alabama 1975, amounts shown here under the columns other funds and total are as set forth for the purpose of establishing amounts estimated to be available by pragmatic area from sources other than those listed in subsection A of this section. 2, in order upon consideration of such other funds so estimated to be available, to promote the accountability for an efficient use of funds available, and the same are hereby appropriated by the legislature. Provided, however, that regardless of the ending date of any pay period which has been or may be established by the legislator for the payment of salaries of state employees. We got some great state employees. The entire payment due shall be made from the fiscal year's appropriations in which the pay date fails. All the appropriations made in Section 3 shall be at the program level. Any directed expenditure of funds below a program shall be from funds appropriated for the program. Oh, and then we got this spreadsheet. Let me see. Let me check out this spreadsheet. Audit Services Program, $10,853,649 going to the Audit Services Fund. And then Legislative Service Agency, let me see, they're getting $4,127,307. I'm wondering if that was the problem, why they didn't concur. You think, let's see. We have the Legislative Operations and Support Program, $4,298,253. Without giving my time or place, I think I would like to dialogue with my senator from Jefferson County, but without giving my time or place.
So you'll keep them on.
Listening to the gentleman as he was going through the bill, and it made me think about an email that I received around ag in the classroom. And I actually got excited about attending ag in the classroom in Tuscaloosa County, which is not it's got a small smidgen of Tuscaloosa, but that's my home. So I got excited about it, but I'm not gonna, the dates don't line up with, I've got to do something around, I'm gonna say it wrong, I'm looking for Senator Sessions, but I think it's aquaculture, is that I'm gonna be doing a training in Seattle around that. But as I was thinking about the ag in the classroom, it made me, which, you know, is of course maybe relevant to, we're talking about the education budget, it made me think about the big ag project that you are the sponsor of in Jefferson County, is that correct?
I am correct, yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and I didn't know if the gentleman was doing his stand today because that particular bill is not on the calendar today. But I had a question because the day that we actually had that piece of legislation up, I got an amendment put on that bill. You remember that, to the gentleman?
I do remember it.
Yeah, I actually ended up voting for the bill because of the amendment, because I had some real challenges with that, you know, that big, private, piece of property and a private project primarily, but we were going to give the level of tax abatement, not even excluding the education taxes until Coleman Madison was able to put that amendment on it. But the appointment amendment, I had an amendment on there that gave the appointment power, one appointment to the minority leader in the House and one appointment to the minority leader in the Senate. And I've been asking around about how that got stripped or got changed. And you and I have spoken about that, correct?
Yeah, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen here.
And I believe that, I do. And I got some more information today. We had Black Caucus meeting, which this is my last year of chairing the overall Black Caucus for both the House and the Senate. I asked the question there too, like what happened to the amendment? Like who did that? And I had also asked the entity that is supporting your piece of legislation, what happened? What happened to my amendment that gave one appointment, a direct appointment to the minority leader in the House and the direct appointment to the minority leader in the Senate, just like the Speaker of the House, Lieutenant Governor, and the Governor. And nobody could tell me. They were like, I think that happened in the House. I'm asking them directly. I think that happened in the House. I think there was some discussion about it in the House. And today in Black Caucus meeting, I asked the House members, who stripped my amendment off? Like, where did that come from? And from my understanding, based on what I was told, is that the entity that's supporting your piece of legislation offered a substitute. When I asked them straight up to their faces, like, who did this? And so, I don't know where I'm going to be on that. I know we're talking about the education budget right now, and I know you have some concerns about your bill coming up, but I won't have some concerns now because of that amendment being stripped. And not only it being stripped, me not being told the truth about how the stripping occurred. Would you have a problem with that if somebody, like, literally you're asking them the question, like, who did this? Like, if you do the deed, you got to have the same courage to say I was it.
Well, the hardest thing to find in Montgomery is the truth.
Man.
And I'm not sure, I'm along with you, I'm not sure what goes in the other body on the 5th floor. I know it happened there. I've been told that there was some members, I won't call out any names, that did not want direct appointments from the minority leaders, like that you put on in the Senate. So, we can't control the House. Unfortunately, it sometimes might be a better plan for the state of Alabama if we could.
We can't.
I
I guess I feel that way now since I'm in the upper chamber.
Yeah, you probably
I
used
felt
to.
like
When
that
you were
for the
down there,
20
you
years
probably-
I was downstairs. But I thank the gentleman, though, because you actually brought it to my attention.
Yeah, I did.
Brought it to me.
I showed it to you.
You were like, hey, had you seen this before? Do you know? But then when I asked them, it was mum's the word. They thought it was worked on downstairs. So somebody's just not telling the truth. And the only thing we really have here is our integrity. I mean, we deal with lots of bills at a particular session. Somebody actually down in that meeting said, how come you senators don't read all the bills? And I told them, I said, look, when I was in the House, I was on three committees, and one of those was Jefferson County, and we didn't meet that often. But here I'm on 7, sometimes 8, depending on if I go into Tuscaloosa County and do something with them as well. So there is a difference. You're going to have many more pieces of legislation that come directly to your committee. And most of the time when I walk in this building, I'm going straight to a meeting. So we have to be able to deal in integrity. So when someone tells us a particular thing, you need to be able to take that for face value until you can't.
Well, and even if we read them, looking at this bill, I mean, you're a lot smarter, you're an attorney than me, but, even if you read some of these bills, the Control Act, Code of Alabama, 1975, Section
go back to the code section.
41.4, how can you understand that without
having, right.
I mean, even if you read them, can you really understand them all the time? I mean,
and that's the challenge.
We know that, but explaining that to our constituents, they think we should understand every bill, and there's, over 1,000 that are introduced, and hey, and this one's not a short one, so.
No, not at all. And then sometimes, we get those pieces of legislation like right before we're about to vote on them.
Right.
Like they come in the 11th and a half hour.
And like this.
30-page bill, and they're like, hey, trust what I've said when I go through. And so we have to be able to have that level of trust, that gentlewoman's agreement. And thus far, I haven't had that issue with a member. But I want to make sure too, when stuff happens, everybody in an organization might not know everything that's going on, but at least just, tell me the truth. Then we can deal with each other from that particular point. I just wanted to take this time. I know the gentleman is on his stand, just like I would be as well. But since I know the bill that you are standing up for today, I wanted to make sure that I said my piece publicly about how I feel about my amendment being stripped off. And again, nobody even talked to me about it. And some of the House members said people came to them. Nobody even came to me. They didn't even talk to me about the reason why the amendment was stripped. So, but I wanted to say what I just said publicly, and hopefully everybody will kind of know where I stand right now on that piece of legislation now, because it's changed from what I thought it was going to be when I voted yes previously on that bill. So, Ms. President, with that, no further discussion for me at this point during the gentleman's stand on House Bill 145.
Well, I just want to thank you for not only coming up here and breaking the monotony, because I'm sure everybody else wants to thank you for not having to listen to my voice. At least they got to listen to your voice for a little while. So back to this non-concurrence motion we have going on here. Nobody can seem to explain to me why we non-concurred. And I'm sure I wouldn't be put on the conference committee at this point. So, I mean, I need to figure it out. I need to just, Senator Elliott, did you want to, without using my time or place, did Senator Elliott want to talk to me? You tired of hearing my voice already, Senator Elliott?
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, I have never been so glad to hear the lady from Jefferson in my time in this body. She is eloquent and on topic. She pronounces her words so well, and you can hear every last one of them. She's graceful and just clear and articulate in how she speaks. And it was nice of her to come up here and spell you and us for a few moments.
I really appreciated it. I know you did too.
And to listen to her, and I hope she'll come back sometime so that she can speak to us some more.
I think
on
she got tired of hearing me, so she jumped up here to help me.
That's why I'm begging her to come back. So anyway, Senator, we don't know what's going on here, do we? We've got
Exactly.
a non-concurrence motion. We're not exactly sure what the differences are in this education budget. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's my problem right now. I don't even know what we're non-concurring, whatever we're doing here.
Well, I know the budget.
I figured I maybe was hoping you could explain it to me.
Well,
I've
I've got the sheet here that kind of outlines the difference between what the governor recommended, what the House passed, and then what we had on the Senate floor. But frankly, I'm not sure it's an updated copy or not. But I'm with you. I think we need to figure out what the issue is.
Right. And I was hoping you'd come up here and explain that to me. You know, because I know you read every bill. I know you leave here and I see your backpack full of every bill, and you just spend all night long. And you come in early in the morning, and sometimes, you know, your eyes are a little bloodshot because you didn't get any sleep. You know, I appreciate that about you, Senator Elliott.
Well, I do try to read them. I do try to understand what's going on, and I appreciate you standing up here and asking a simple question, which is, whoa, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Things get to moving kind of quick here towards the end, and if you're not careful, you don't know what's going on. You might vote for something you didn't mean to, or you'd rather not have. And listen, it's important for all these members to understand what's going on. What are we voting on? What are we non-concurrent on? What changed? Is there a spreadsheet that says, hey, we've moved this from this? You know, you never know what's going on. And sometimes you never know if the thing that's going on isn't really the thing that's going on. I've heard that before, too.
That goes on a lot of time.
I think it does.
I think you're right. You could be right about that.
Sometimes the thing isn't the thing.
That happens a lot. The thing is not really the thing. So
I wonder if that's what's going on here.
that could be. It could be the thing is not the thing. That might be one of those things.
Do you have a thing that isn't thinging?
It could be. Could be. Huh. You've never had that experience,
I
have you?
have.
Oh, have you?
I have.
I think you've had it more than I have.
I got about half a dozen things.
That are not things.
They're not things.
Yeah.
They've been things here. They just haven't been things there.
I hope
And
nobody's recording this and, you know.
They are. The League of Women Voters is recording us now. I can assure you of that. I can assure you of that. Well, let's see. It's a big budget, $9.3 billion, if I remember correctly. Lots of appropriations made all over the place. There's been a lot of talk about, additional funding for education and specifically for kids to go to college, right? You look in these budgets, there's a lot of money going to colleges and universities in Alabama already directly out of the budget. You start wondering, do we need more? Is that warranted? You start looking at some of these other specialty schools in here. I know the gentlelady from Mobile has a school in her district that I'm particularly fond of, the Alabama School of Math and Science. I know I had argued for them to get some more money in this budget. mainly because they're so darn successful. You know what the average ACT score is out of the Alabama School of Math and Science?
No, but I'm sure it's a lot higher than what I made on the ACT.
It's a 30.
Whew,
That's the average.
that's average. That means
the
that almost
average.
everybody got some scholarship money.
Well, that's exactly right. They do. And they stay in Alabama. The vast majority of those kids stay in Alabama, which is one of the things I always like. If we're putting money into public education, specifically higher education, if you look at University of South Alabama's medical school, for example, one of the things I love for them to tout is the percentage of those kids that come from Alabama, right? We're subsidizing it. That come from Alabama, and then when they graduate, stay in Alabama. And the same thing's true with the Alabama School of Math and Science.
And that's what we want them to do, especially for our education budget. We need them staying here.
We need them staying here. We need them using Alabama tax dollars wise, right? So we invested in them. They're staying here and investing in our communities here locally, and especially the smart ones, right? The 30s on the ACTs, 30s,
We definitely
32s,
definitely want them
34s.
staying here.
We want them staying here. We want them doing cool things in Alabama, and we see them doing that. But I'm not sure. I wonder if the chairman downstairs plussed up the Alabama School of Math and Science a little bit. They got a waiting list at that school to get in, and it's a residential program. There's been some discussion as to whether or not it needs to be a commuter school, but their residential model seems to work pretty well. I think the 30 on the ACT argues for that's success right there.
That's definitely success.
But they're out of dorm room space. They need some more dorm rooms down there so that they can continue to grow their ADM.
By the way, I made a 32. I made a 32
on what?
on the ACT. If you added the 16 and the 16, twice, it added up to 32.
I was about to see where you were going with that. 16 twice.
Back in my day, the ACT, we just we didn't study for it, take those courses. We just kind of showed up and did our best. And if our best was good enough,
that's a big difference in what they do now. So, you got all these courses, prep courses, all these types of things. It's amazing. I think I only took both of those tests twice. I'm glad I took them twice because I did better the second time. But man, now prep courses, you're going to study, you're going to understand the test, you're going to take it multiple times, 3, 4, 5 times. They take your grade, your best grade, and that determines your scholarship. All of that's important. It's a changed world from
it is a changed world
from what we had.
I don't know if they'd ever let me in college if I was young. If I was 18 again, having to take the ACT, I might not make it. It's a little different.
It was different. It was definitely different. Not as many cameras.
School's a lot more expensive too.
I've noticed that. Even with the subsidies out of the education trust fund budget.
Hey, I had one that I sent to Auburn, so I know. Yours aren't school age yet, are they?
They're not, but they're starting to think about it. My daughter starts her sophomore year next year, and they grow up fast.
Save up. I just had a wedding this weekend, so save up.
I can't even think about that.
Trying to figure out which one was more expensive, college or the wedding.
You're not making me feel any better.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If anybody out there with daughters, save up.
Hey, maybe we just need to adjourn so we can all go back and go to work.
Hey,
go back to making money.
You can make that motion. Make the motion to Sonny die.
Well, as expensive as all of this is, we may need to think about that. Get out of here and go back to work.
Maybe if we can get through these budgets and go home, Sonny die, because that's really our only real job is passing budgets.
I know. If we miss the budget, they'll call us back, won't they?
Boy, they would. That'd be awful, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I wonder if we get everybody back.
It depends on when.
That's right.
Hey, especially those people down there at the beach, close to the ocean and the bay that own boats and stuff. And hey, I don't know if I could come back from that.
It's tough leaving. I'll give you that. It is tough leaving. It's
tough.
Pretty watching that sun come up over the water and the birds work. I got an osprey that works out in front of the house all the time catching fish, and it's fun to watch him. So anyway, back to this education budget. So we got $9.3 billion plus, not including the supplemental, and we don't know what changes we've made to it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, you'd think they'd tell us what the changes are up here before we vote on to non-concur or whatever. So, you know, I don't know if I need to non-concur or concur, man.
I think if the minority leader wants to help us out, we take it, I'm sure.
God.
I wonder, you know, it's interesting in this budget, maybe this is what we change. There's $100 million, for school safety grants here in the governor's recommended budget, and I think we took that out. I guess we're handling that some other way. I think we are.
Did you say we took out $100 million?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I was checking to make sure that was a decimal, a comma, not a decimal. It's not a decimal. I think $100 million. I think we've put that somewhere else, maybe at the discretion of somebody, which is fine.
I wonder where that $100 million went. Boy, we got to find that.
Something called the talent triad. That's interesting. I wonder what that is.
The talent triad.
Yeah, it's under the Department of Commerce. Spending $2,450,000. Got another $5 million for a biotech workforce center in Birmingham. You know what that is?
I do not.
I wonder if one of our colleagues from Jefferson County or the city. Interesting. You know, I know our colleagues on the other side will be excited to see that there's $50 million in here for the CHOOSE Act. I know that's always something that gets my colleagues on the other side of the aisle excited about.
Yeah, I wonder if they did anything.
Maybe they'll come spell you again.
Did they keep that $50 million in there, do you know? Is it still there, $50 million?
Yeah, it looks like it's still in there from what I can tell, but I don't know if there's any difference here. I know, we talked about this School of Health Sciences the other day. That's got $15 million in there.
Where is the School of Health Sciences? Do you know where that's
It's in
located?
Demopolis, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be in Demopolis.
Yeah, it's in Demopolis. Interestingly enough, I was talking about the School of Math and Science earlier. It's a residential program again, right? They go and stay, and it's part of their program. And this school in Demopolis is going to be the same thing. You can be from somewhere else. You're going to go stay in Demopolis.
How many people?
Science, they probably go there first, but I don't know.
I'm wondering how many people are lining up for my district.
Well, I talked to my colleague that represents that area at the mic the other day about that. How many people were going to go there, whether or not that was going to work, and he seemed certain that it was going to work. So we're going to give it a try, and we're going to see. I'm interested to see the demographics, who comes from where, how far away. I think it does open up to some commuter, folks if they don't get enough geographic diversity, they don't get enough folks that are interested in staying.
I had a friend that I went to college was from Demopolis, but I never made it down to Demopolis. I'm going to have to, one part of the state I've never made it to. I'm going to have to come check out this school.
Road trip.
To
We got to go on a road trip.
You think they have a Dairy Queen where I can get a chocolate shake?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Does anybody know if there's a Dairy Queen in Demopolis? The senator's got a question.
I don't think anybody's really paying attention to
They're
it.
probably not. Let's hope they're not. The Marine Environmental Sciences Consortium. That's cool.
Let me see the arch.
That looks like it got plussed up in the Senate. That's nice. Looks like they doubled that amount.
I wonder why that happened. I wonder if
Marine Environmental Sciences. I don't know where that is. I think I do.
That's probably down there near your area.
I don't believe it's on the Tennessee River. I'll give you that.
It's not on the Tennessee or the Warrior River.
No, I was talking with a senator from Huntsville a couple of years ago, and he was talking about the Outer Continental Shelf when we were talking about some Go Mason money, and he says, I want some of that money. I said, it's tied to Outer Continental Shelf. And he said, do I have one of those? I said, you don't have one of those on the Tennessee River. There's no Outer Continental Shelf there. Sorry. But yeah, that's a good thing. And then, talking about the four-year colleges too, you've got Alabama A&M, Alabama State. There's a bunch of money. There's $12 million going to Alabama A&M, $9 million to Alabama State. I wonder why Alabama State got $9 million and Alabama A&M got $12.
Not sure.
I think I just found out the answer.
Maybe they got more students.
Yeah. No. Is that an attendance thing? Is it based on size of the school?
Might be based on who their senator is. I don't know. Maybe.
I could see that. Let's see.
Let's see.
I think they like to call that the university, if I remember correctly. Let's look and see here. Let's see, Auburn.
When you're referring to the university, you talking about Auburn?
Well, Mr. President, of course, you know where my allegiances are there. I was just picking on my friends about, I'm looking for maybe they just have their own budget. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Senator, what are you looking at, by the way?
This looks like a comparison between the governor recommended budget and the House passed budget. I think this actually may be a supplemental, to be honest with you. I think it is. It's actually the supplemental. I don't know if they changed that or not. But I don't think it's the whole $9.3 billion budget, because it'd be a lot bigger if it had been. But they could have changed something in the actual budget because it was covered in the supplemental, or vice versa, and that's entirely possible.
I'm just wondering what they changed. I don't know how we find that out without.
There's no telling.
Well, we vote on this.
Well, I think that's wise.
I might not agree with what they did. That could happen. That's not agree with what went on in the House.
Possible.
Where is the Alabama Aviation College? You know where that is? Alabama Aviation College.
It's in Ozark, I'm heard. I'm
Ozark.
told it's in Ozark. Yeah.
See a bunch of schools on here.
There's I have it on good authority. You'd asked a question, and I got an answer for you.
You got a question? You got an answer for my question?
There's no Dairy Queen in Demopolis.
There's no Dairy Queen.
No Dairy Queen in Demopolis. There is, however, a Sonic.
Okay, Sonic. I can get a blast. I can get a Sonic blast,
Yeah.
I guess. Okay.
Or some of those corn dogs.
Yeah, I can get something. We have a Sonic in my
That's
area.
what the LSU fans do when they come through to go to the football game. They stop at the Sonic and get some corn dogs.
Now, how'd you get that information? Who knew there wasn't a Dairy Queen in Demopolis?
I consulted an expert.
You have sources.
I do.
Will you share your sources one day with me?
The amazing thing is just how many people have informed me that there is no Dairy Queen in Demopolis.
Oh, so you
Yeah, I triple checked it before I set it up here.
Mine Safety Training Program at Bevel State Community College.
What is that? Say that again?
They have a mine safety training program.
That's important.
At Bevel State. Mine safety. We have a lot of mines.
Yeah, that's important.
Wow, that's impressive. That is impressive. Senator Lawmaker of the Year. Have you seen this?
Oh, good gracious alive.
Wow. How long ago's that picture? You have a beard now, sir.
I do.
That looks good.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great picture. I appreciate that.
Where's
Thanks.
this? Post-secondary tech colleges. Truck driving training. Now that's important.
Truck driving. Where is that?
That's important. Truck driving training. We have a tech college for that?
Man, I've always thought about doing that.
Oh,
have you ever driven one of those big trucks?
I have not.
You haven't?
I would like to.
I think it'd be cool. We could have fun with that.
That would be cool. I wonder how tough it is. It's got to be pretty tough.
I think so. I think it'd be real fun for like the first hour or so, and then somebody'd cut you off, and I just would lose my mind. I don't think it.
I'd like to see you try to back that in the parking lot.
I'd like to see me see over the steering wheel. I don't know that I could do that. I have to reach the pedals.
You know what this industry certification initiatives? Wow, $9 million industry cert, whatever that is.
For what? What are we? $9 million for what?
I don't know. It's distributed by the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
we do a lot of that now. We
got
put a lot over there at the community college. It's kind of vague, and then all of a sudden it gets distributed after the fact. Kind of interesting how that works out. You talking about my magazine?
Let's see. mean, there's a lot of things in here. I just got to make sure they didn't take any money of these great projects
Hey,
in the house, throw it out the window.
speaking about our colleague from West Alabama, there's another thing in here, it looks like, for the Alabama Centers for Rural Healthcare Opportunities. That's plussed up pretty significantly. The House passed it $13 million in the supplemental. It's up to $18 million in the Senate. I wonder if that has anything to do with our very effective colleague
Wow.
from West Alabama.
I bet it does. I bet it does.
You know, he's good at what he does. He sure is better at this than we are.
Where is the Murphy? Where's the Murphy University Center? Anybody know where the dual enrollment program? Murphy University Center.
Murphy University Center.
Anybody know what that is in Alabama?
I don't know. Probably something they changed.
Murphy University. I've never. Maybe it's on the campus of one of our great institutions.
Probably so.
Science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. STEM pilot project. STEM's very important. Did you know I was an old math teacher?
You're a math teacher?
I've taught math for 10 years.
What grade?
High school and junior college.
Really?
I taught that stuff the kids love to hate. You know, that algebra 2 trig, cosine, sine, all that stuff. You know, you probably went to sleep when you were in high school. You know, it's kind of bored you to death.
You know, I took, I think it was algebra 3, it was trig. And I remember I had some friends in that class. We were in that class together, and I was probably about a year ahead of where I should have been, and I think I ended up getting back out of that class because I wasn't quite ready for it yet, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I had some friends in there that went on to do great things, and I wish I could have kept up with them.
I think if we could all go back, we might do a little things different back in the day.
I was always good at that stuff, Senator. The stuff that in my mind made sense. Trigonometry made sense. Geometry made sense. You started getting into that kind of hypothetical stuff that didn't. It got weird.
Did you ever get a chance to work with your kids on all this new math stuff and the way that?
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, I was a high school math teacher, college math teacher, and my daughter would get mad at me. Says, "Daddy, that's not how you do it." And I'd be like,
There were usually tears before it was over with, and then sometimes she would cry too.
Yeah,
but I know I was crying by the time it was over with.
It didn't go well.
No, not at all. Not at all. I've tried. I can still do it, but I have to stop and relearn it first because it's not something I use every day. I can go to the way back and draw it back up, but it's not something I can just pull out of the holster and use right away. Not something I can do that with.
I'm just looking through this Alabama Career Roadmap, $2 million. What's a career roadmap? I guess that's some kind of program where we direct them to the right career.
Reengage Alabama. That's in the supplement. What is that? Does anybody know what that is? It's about $4 million.
Must be pretty.
$4.5 million. I wonder if that's what they changed. Who knows?
Total Community College System Board of Trustees got $586 million. Woo!
How much?
$586 million. That's for the total Community College System Board of Trustees, Alabama.
Woo! That's a lot.
That's a lot of money.
We need to compare that to what Auburn got.
Well, I'm sure they both got their fair share. What do you think?
Probably so. Probably so. They've got the historic Old State Bank renovation. Ended up in this supplemental getting $575,000. Where is the historic Old State Bank?
I'm not sure.
I wonder if it's next to the Sonic in Demopolis.
Say that again. You said it's
the historic Old State Bank. Anybody know where that is?
I got to find out. Somebody's got to tell me that. I'm on the Banking and Insurance Committee. I don't know.
Yeah, seriously, that's something you ought to know about.
Old State Bank is. Be interested in how much money they send that way.
$575,000. Whew. Okay.
Must be a nice old bank.
We're going, oh, is it? Hey, guess what?
What?
I have it on good authority that it's in Decatur.
Sure, it's a very nice bank. It's about to be nicer.
You know how we were talking about how sometimes the thing isn't the thing? Well, sometimes the thing is the thing. And I think that's pretty funny.
You know what ALET stands for? ALET?
I don't.
Alabama Leaders in Educational Technology.
Huh.
And we got more abbreviations in here, you know?
We do. We deal with that contract review all the time. I know the chairman of that committee is constantly telling them, y'all got to tell us what this means. I have no idea what this means. They'll come in there with a $36 million contract with some word salad worth of, letters, and you don't even have any idea what it is. And it's like, come on, guys, you think we're just going to stamp that? You have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you do what I do when people come in and say, the ABCD, you know what that is, Senator, I'm sure, and you go, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
Sometimes I do. I'm like, I've never heard.
Because you know what I find out most of the time? They don't know what it is either. Somebody gave them a piece of paper and they'll walk in there and say, oh, I just need $36 million for the ABCDEFG thing, and they got no idea what it is either. That's part of our job, though, right?
A lot of them assume we know a lot more than we do sometimes.
We need to slow down and pay attention and stop and ask the question, what in the heck is this? What are we spending this money on? That contract review committee, I've really enjoyed that. And again, the chairman, I don't know if he's in here or not, but he does a really good job with it. And he asks questions. It gives us an opportunity to stop and ask a question. What are we doing here? Why? Right?
Hey, he does a great job. He comes down on Mondays and reads every one of those contracts, goes through them, asks questions.
He's a gem.
He is a gem.
He is a gem.
I mean, he is.
We asked the other day, we had a contract and it was for the Department of Health. I might make you blush here a little bit, but it was for at-home STD and HIV testing. That's what it said on the contract. Okay, sure, I got it. But it was a sole source contract. Like, this is the only people that do this. Can't get it anywhere else. Can't bid it out. This is a sole source contract to do STD and HIV testing. Can't get nowhere else. Now, hold on just a second. Do we really think there's only one?
Got to be another
the
one.
sole source. There's only one place that does this. And so at the risk of really messing up my cell phone browsing history, I started looking to see if there were any other providers for at-home STD and HIV testing. And you know what? There were. A whole lot of them.
I figured there were.
There was a whole lot of them that will send you this at-home stuff. And so that's one of the things the chairman's always focused on, is making sure that we stop, ask those types of questions, even if we turn a little red asking those questions, even if I mess up my cell phone browsing history, looking to see if there are any other providers for HIV, at-home STD and HIV testing. And so we try to go through those and see, hey, is this a real thing or not? And I think we're going to see that contract actually get bid out next time around, instead of just saying, oh, well, we'll just sole source this. And
just because you had a question.
That's
great.
exactly right.
You might save the state millions of dollars. Who knows?
We just might.
Just by one simple question.
Over an STD test. I mean, it's something most people just would just glaze over and move on.
How'd your results come? I mean, just kidding. You'd have an opportunity to test one
Thanks,
out.
buddy. Thanks. Okay, let's see here. What else we got? I love this one. Capital Fund. That's all it says.
Capital. I got one. Turnaround schools. What's a turnaround schools? $10 million. Turnaround schools.
Yeah.
Do I have any turnaround schools in Senate District 17? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
The Woolly.
We were talking about that earlier. Did you know there's not a Dairy Queen in Demopolis? There's not a Dairy Queen. There's a Sonic and a Wendy's. You don't want a Dairy Queen? Okay. There's a Huddle House too?
Is there a Waffle House?
Not a house?
You want a huddle?
Okay.
Where's the Woolley Institute for Spoken Language? Woolley? I never heard of that either. The Woolley Institute?
I don't know. You know?
I don't know where the Woolley. Where's
It's
the Woolley?
Woolly. Spell that for me. Where? Woolly?
You know where the Woolley?
Hey, is it?
I know where the American Village is.
I know where that is.
I found one I know.
I've been there.
That's a nice place.
It's yeah.
Very impressive.
And it's not in Decatur or Demopolis. It's not in Demopolis.
There's the Alabama Teacher Mentor Program. That's important that we mentor our teachers.
Yeah,
Alabama Scholars Bowl. Did you ever do the Scholars Bowl?
I have. Yeah, that was kind of big at my high school actually.
Yeah, that was.
They never invited me, but it was a thing. Let's see here.
I think Alabama Scholars Bowl. I answered a question one time. It was a weird question.
Yeah.
It was probably the only thing I got right. It says, "What's the one food you can eat that you burn more calories than you do eating it?" Do you know what it is?
Crab.
Celery.
Really? I guess crab's got a lot of calories in it, but it sure is hard to pick.
Got some Math Nation on there. 2.9 million for Math Nation.
Yeah. How about this is a volunteer firefighter training program. It's in the supplemental. I know $200,000 or so. I know that's important to Madam President up there. I know she had a bill that dealt with that. And it's got some training, additional funding for the volunteer firefighter training program. That's an important thing. Those guys do great work, and for not a whole lot. Well, they obviously don't get paid, but man, anything we can do to help them out when they're helping us out is important. I see we got money in here for the Birmingham Zoo, the Alabama Veterinary Teaching Hospital, $2.5 million. The NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament, another $250,000 there. You know, we just had the volleyball tournament down in Gulf Shores.
I saw it. I was watching it on TV.
pretty cool,
USC and UCLA in the finals. That was impressive. You know,
Yes,
I've been down there. My daughter actually played in the tournament. She used to play volleyball, and that was impressive. How in the world did y'all get the NCAA to come to Gulf
It's
Shores?
pretty cool. It is pretty. I mean, and it changes the beach for a while, but you see those. I mean, those folks know what they're
What's
doing.
the economic impact of that tournament? Because, I mean, they come from all over the country. That's
Senator, we
gotta
have
be-
over 8 million visitors a year that come to that little strip of white sand down there. 8 million, over 8 million. And I come down there for a variety of reasons, some to just recreate and hang out, some playing sports, right? And we've turned those shoulder seasons, what we always called it, you have a tour season, you have the shoulder season. We turned those shoulder seasons into really productive times too, because we do a lot of sports during that time. So it's not just folks that are coming to sit on the beach, right? They want to come the rest of the time. That's my favorite time.
I just like to eat.
Yeah.
I don't really like.
Well, clearly.
I like to eat. But that tournament is awesome, and I love y'all's facility down there. I've been there several times, and y'all probably bring in a lot of money to the Education Trust Fund.
A whole lot.
Probably don't get your fair share. I need to help you out. Probably
A whole lot.
Do you get your fair share?
You know, no.
Wait, you don't have to answer that.
But I'll tell you what, it's gotten better since I got here. It's gotten better. It's gotten better. The road money's gotten better. You know, the education money's gotten better. It's got some work to do. You know, I know the education budget chairman has got a resolution he put in that formed a commission that, thank you, sir, that's going to look at our foundation program and how we fund schools. And that's,
Yeah, I mean,
that funding program is old.
yeah.
And do you know that I got a school in my district? I've got a school in my district, only school system in the entire state that doesn't receive any money from the foundation program.
I thought we had one in my district. I'm not in my district, in Senator Roberts' district. Are you sure?
I'm sure. I've done the research.
Really?
The average daily attendance in the school system, the Orange Beach City school system, is about 1,200 kids. the value of the property, the 10 mills, the value of the 10 mills exceeds what you're supposed to get to educate 1,200 kids.
Oh, okay.
And so they get nothing.
They get nothing.
Nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that the education budget chairman when he studies this is able to figure out how we can get that fixed, because nothing is pretty hard to sell back home. You get nothing. They're funding that whole school system out of local money. Think
Local
about
money.
that. Just
Wow.
all local money.
Wow.
All of it.
And that's the only one in the entire state.
Only one in the whole state.
Maybe what they did, they changed and gave you some money in this budget.
Entirely possible.
Hey, you know, maybe I need to concur if that's what they did. Gave you
Well,
some
they're
money.
going to have to explain it to us if we're going to just concur, because I don't think we're just going to concur without knowing what it is.
I know it.
But if I was a betting man, and I'm not, and I don't think you are either, based on our voting history, I bet that's not what it is.
I'm not going to bet you on that because I bet you're correct.
Yeah, probably not. I bet you that the gentleman from Trustful is not helping out the Orange Beach City Schools to make sure they get their fair share.
Maybe he's in some more money for Trustful. You know,
Now that's possible. Yeah, you got to be careful, don't you?
I better shut up. You know, I might need to. That's, you know, I should have got a call. I should have called.
Well,
him.
he probably would have told you that was happening.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have. He'd have given me a call. I should have called him to find out what was going on here before it just popped up on the screen there without any information.
What's the mascot in Trustful?
Hewitt Huskies.
The Huskies.
Yeah, it was Hewitt Trustful High School.
Okay.
And you know, and everything's Hewitt.
We got the Makos and the Dolphins. How you like that?
I like that.
Orange Beach is the Makos and Gulf
I like
Shores is the Dolphins. It's kind of cool.
I like the dolphin. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool. What's a mako look like? You're going to? I mean, it's just
It's a shark.
It's a shark. Okay.
Yeah, and that jugger will bite you, man. You don't want to mess with a
Is
Mako.
it a mean looking
Oh, yeah.
mascot? Is it a good looking?
Yeah, but it's funny. So the high school mascot is mean looking, right? But the elementary school mascot,
Sweet.
he's a nice shark. His teeth aren't as sharp. His eyes aren't as mean. You know, he's a nice looking shark. He doesn't scare the little kids, but the big kids get the mean shark.
What is the Alabama Medical Education Consortium?
I don't know.
Never heard of that. Oh, we got a good continuing education for EMT personnel.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing. There's a lot of great things in here. The Alabama Kidney Foundation.
Did you get any pickleball money in here?
Nope, no pickleball money.
Maybe it's in that community college stuff.
Hey, all the colleges are building pickleball courts from what I hear. I know Auburn's going crazy. I think Alabama's dominating in football and many other things, but I think Auburn's dominating them in pickleball.
No, that's good. That works. I see there's $2 million in here for the Clotilda project. That's important. That's down my way. I think that's in the Senator from Mobile's district, but that's a big deal.
What is Impact Alabama? Do you know what that is? Impact. Man, we got a lot of things.
Sounds impactful to me.
The line sight eye screening. We need to take care of everybody's vision, make sure they have good vision. Mine's getting bad. I'm having trouble reading this. It gets a little worse every year.
Yep. I think the Jesse Owens Memorial, now you tell me if I'm wrong, the Senator from Coleman, I think, he ain't paying any attention. I think that's in his district, isn't it? The Jesse Owens Memorial? I wonder, is that? Okay, that's in Lawrence County. Did we go to that? I think I've been there. It was exciting, memorable. They got $75,000.
Jesse Owens, you ever see film of him running in the Olympics? You ever seen the video of him running in the Olympics?
I've seen. I wasn't watching TV the first time he did it, but I have seen it since then.
Hey, it's very. He might not be the fastest man in the world now, but he's the prettiest runner I've ever seen. Golly.
Good mechanics, huh?
His form was very nice.
Good mechanics. Harrison Brothers Hardware Civil Rights Site. I don't know where that is. It's $50,000. It sounds important. I just don't know where it is.
Retain Alabama Project. Retain a man.
All right, Senator, you got about 45 seconds left.
45. Man, are you as thrilled as I am that that's about to end? You know.
Honestly, That is the most boring filibuster I've sat through since I've been lieutenant governor. So,
I was trying to put you to sleep, then I could make a motion. I was going to make the motion to sign it out, and hopefully you were asleep. Let's see, 45 seconds. Let's see if there's anything worth operating grant program, $3,300,000. Wow.
Well, here's the good news, Senator. We've been talking on your time. We haven't even gotten to mine yet.
Hey, could I borrow your time? Could you? Where is
So maybe if you're tired,
all right, your time's expired. So,
on
we have
the second hour?
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleague dialoguing with me and talking with me. It was very educational on what changes we may or may not have made to the education budget. Still trying to figure out what the change was. So I'm always interested in hearing that, and I'd like to invite my colleague to continue on my nickel now.
I appreciate you so much, Senator. Thank you so much.
Well, you were so kind to share it with me. I figured I'd return the favor.
Yeah, that was nice because there's several things that I still have questions in here that we didn't get to that I'm sure I can talk about. Kind of scanning through here. Man, we've got so many things.
Hey, if I may, real quick, just while you're looking for the next thing, we've got a colleague from the House that's on here on the floor, and I think it's worth calling him out for a second. I just want to thank him. Representative Simpson is over here. He has really dug in on important issues in the state. Just like a bulldog has gone after some tough issues. And I know, Senator, you know me, sometimes I get the same way, right? You get a hold of something and you just get a hold of it and you start working on it. I don't know what the fate of what he's been working on is. I don't know if it's a perfect solution or not. I know I've spent a lot of time reading his work, but I will tell you, I can appreciate somebody who's willing to take on a tough issue and grab hold of it and work it hard. That's not something we do often enough up here. A little too much. Ooh, don't rock the boat. Ooh, don't say the wrong thing. Ooh, don't do that. We need more people like him that get up there and push hard, turn over the rock, see what needs to be changed. Don't be afraid to change something. Too easy to get along with status quo. Too easy to say, oh, we've always done it that way. Let's keep doing it that way. Just because. And he and that guy. He's gonna turn the rock over. He's gonna push hard. He's gonna focus on the change that needs to happen.
Thank you, Senator Elliott. Let me see, on page 72, let's see, support for other educational activities program. Let's see if I can put everybody to sleep here again. Let's see, the board in determining those areas is greatest need of medical service shall primarily be guided by information on the rural primary care services areas that have a deficit of primary care physicians provided by the most recent status report of the Alabama Primary Care Physician Workforce from the Office for Family Health Education and Research at the UAB Huntsville Regional Medical. That doesn't sound like it went to either one of mine in your districts. Huntsville Regional Medical Campus. Other factors used by the board in determining areas of greatest need shall include the practice locations agreed to by people granted loans beforehand by the board but who have not yet started clinical practice or started practice too late to have been included in the most recent status report. The board shall give preference to physicians that reside in the area of greatest need. I wonder what the areas of greatest need are. The board shall file a report with the chair of the Senate Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. I know who that is. The chair of the House Ways and Means Education Committee. I know who that is. The legislative fiscal officer and the finance director on October 1st, 2024. Can't wait to see that report. The board's report shall include, if determined, where each student who has not started clinical practice is contracted to practice clinical medicine to repay his or her loans. If that area is not a rural primary care service area, identified as having a deficit of primary care, rural primary care service area. Oh, wait. Physicians by the most recent status report of the Alabama primary care physician workforce. The board in its report shall state why it allowed that location as a place where that student could practice to repay his or her location as a place where that student the student loans. The report, man, my vision's getting bad. Just keep reading the same line over and over. The report shall also include the total number of scholarships awarded for the fall term of the 2023-2024 academic year and the institution attended by the scholarship recipients. The report shall also include the name of each scholarship recipient and the number of years the recipient has received a scholarship. And if determined where the recipient has contracted to practice clinical medicine to repay his or her loans, the report shall also report where contract holders were working in clinical practice to repay their loans, how many in each location, where physicians who had repaid their loans worked to do so, and how many in its location. The report also shall detail the board's budget and operating expenses for 2023-2024 fiscal year. And that is $2,440,014. I wonder how I got $14. That's a weird number. Let's see where we're going here. Let's see what else we got on this report. Federal and local funds, ETF. Let's see. Alabama Physician Service Program, loan repayment, repaying a loan of $500,000. ARC type community-based programs got $4,282,409. The fund ARC type community-based programs pursuant to the formula developed by the Department of Mental Health. Any ARC program receiving funds for the first time in fiscal year 25 shall receive a minimum of $50,000. Camp ASCCA. What is Camp ASCCA? Anybody know what Camp ASCCA is? Let's see, we got Developmental Disability Nurse Delegation Program. We got Rainbow Omega, Eagles Wings Program, Rainbow Omega. I've heard of that, I just can't remember what that is. Residential Habilitation, Community Provider Rate Increases. ARC of Southwest Alabama, $34,907. This funding is in addition to the amount allocated to the ARC of Southwest Alabama from the formula for ARC-type community-based programs. Let's see. That is some thrilling stuff. Let's see what we got. I'm trying to put everybody to sleep out there. Let's see, we have the Institutional Treatment and Care of Mental Illness Program, got $15 million, over $15 million. The School-Based Mental Health Services Collaboration, $4.5 million.
I'm going to pick up from you. You look like you're otherwise engaged right now. So, we've been talking about this education funding and the supplemental, and I understand that some out there in the audience are watching, are doubting why we're asking questions about where this money is going. And some think that those of us in this body may not know what this does. And so what these funds do and where they're going. And so I would simply suggest that some of these questions might just be rhetorical. This is a tool we use in this body in order to work on pieces of legislation. But just because we're asking a question rhetorically does not necessarily mean we don't know what the funding is going for. It might instead be to highlight where the funding is going, asking a rhetorical question and then answering our own question. And so I would simply submit that to some of the keyboard warriors that are out there watching this lively debate, is that we may, for instance, be trying to educate them by asking these rhetorical questions about what, for instance, a turnaround school might be and how important turnaround schools are, and that how the goal is to help those schools that have significant needs with additional resources to meet some of those needs. That's a program that's been championed by our governor and certainly supported by our education budget chair. So don't mistake a rhetorical question for a lack of understanding, but rather just as what it is, an education tool in and of itself, which is fitting considering that we're talking about the education budget.
So, okay, Logan. Senator, thank you there. Sorry, I was distracted there. What were you talking about?
We were.
We had an important conversation. It really
I
wasn't a
understand.
distraction.
No, I was just explaining to the wider listening audience here that rhetorical questions are not necessarily questions that are asked because of a lack of knowledge on the topic, but rather as an opportunity to ask the question and then explain the answer. And apparently some folks that are watching us are terrified that we don't know, whether, what the funding is that we're allocating. Now, I'll be honest with you, and I will admit to not knowing whether or not there was a Dairy Queen to Demopolis, but I'm also not allocating $15 million to a Dairy Queen in Demopolis. We do other things that are important, like fund turnaround schools, and make sure that we get those schools the important funding that they need. And while we had been supportive of that, but we do want to make sure that that's not one of the changes that was made in the budget downstairs, because that's an important thing to fund. And so, while I'll certainly admit to not knowing about the Dairy Queen or lack thereof in Demopolis, maybe they need a Dairy Queen, but I don't know that has anything to do with whether or not we know what's specifically in this budget one way or the other.
You think we can at least find out who they're going to put on this committee on conference? I think you should be on this committee.
I think either you or I.
I think we both need to be on this committee. What do you think about that?
That'd be interesting. I imagine the Senate sponsor would be very uncomfortable with that, though.
I'm wondering if we.
He just left the chamber, but
Did he leave?
If the education budget chair was not on the conference committee for the education budget, I think he'd be uncomfortable with that.
He's out there. I think he's coming.
Did he say he was okay with it?
Well, he gave me a thumbs up, but he might not know what we're talking about. Let's see.
Okay, well, you can ask him and see.
Let's ask him. Let's see. There he's coming back in. We can ask him. You talk for a second while I pull him over here.
Sounds good to me. Y'all chat and see. We'll see if he's got any opinion on the conferees here. And maybe, I don't know, Senator, you might be a good choice for that. He could use a wingman just to kind of help him see, and then you get a lot of your questions answered.
I was wondering if we could find out the committee members, and maybe Senator Elliott be on this committee. Maybe I might be getting an answer here. I don't know.
Well, let's do that. Well, while they're talking about that, we'll talk a little bit more about rhetorical questions and how educational they can be. For the audience that may not know what's in this budget specifically, when you ask those questions, those that are listening might go, I don't know about that. I don't know what that is. Maybe I need to pay attention and ask that same question myself, and then we have the opportunity to answer that question, or we might might just give them the opportunity to go Google it or look it up on the internet and see and learn a little bit more about what's going on in this education budget instead of just quietly passing it and moving on without shining a light on some of these more, admittedly, obscure programs that are out there. You can ask a rhetorical question here at the mic, and inquiring minds will go out, fire up their cell phone there, or their iPad, or their laptop, and see if they can figure out what is going on. What is a turnaround school, for instance? Where are they located? How successful has this program been? Should we continue to funding at this level? Do they need
Senator
more
Elliott,
funding?
care if I recognize some special guests in the gallery?
No, sir, Mr. President.
All right, yeah, the guest of Senator Gudger and also Senator Hovey. When I call your name, y'all could please stand. Luke Trotman is the newly appointed SGA at Auburn University for the Senate. If you could please stand. There he is, yeah. Welcome to Alabama Senate. And I also believe Trip Gudger, is he up there? Senator Gudger's son? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and my understanding is you've been treasurer of the Strawberry Festival for the last year. Congratulations. So, welcome to Alabama Senate.
Mr. President,
Senator Elliott.
I think I may have gotten my start as the treasurer of the Strawberry Festival. See, here's the I'm glad you asked that. I've got a Strawberry Festival.
State Strawberry Festival.
Yeah, because you changed it. You changed it. The Strawberry Festival was in Loxley, Alabama, and it still is, and it's a wonderful festival. And I'd encourage. We just had it a couple of weeks ago. You got a Strawberry Festival in your district?
I do not have a butterbean festival.
Really?
Yeah. It's
That makes a lot of sense.
largest butterbean. You can have some butterbeans in Pinson. If I know I'm on Senator Elliott's hour, but I've got some information. Senator Elliott, are you okay with me turning this back over and okay. Well, so I'll turn the mic back over to the pro tem there.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, these gentlemen have given us a lot of good insight as they've discussed this topic. So with that, I want to renew my motion to accede to the wishes of the House and go to conference. Do we need the long roll?
We do.
Yes, sir, long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellner. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-one ayes, 0 nays. Jason Wyndham's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 3, appointing Albert Davis to the Alabama Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms Albert Davis to the Heating, Air Conditioning, Refrigeration Contractors, using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? Okay. You want the long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Albert Davis is confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 2, appointing Mark Gallier to the Alabama Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors, receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirms Mark Gallier to the Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors using previous role. No objection.
Any objection? All right. Let the Secretary call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. Mark Gallagher is confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 122, appointing Eric Franklin to the Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President,
Weaver.
I move that the Senate confirms Eric Franklin to the Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors using long roll.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to that motion.
All right, you recognized.
Senator Weaver, do you know who makes, I'm assuming, does the governor make all the appointments to this board?
So the governor has 4 appointments, lieutenant governor has 3 appointments, President Pro Tem has 1, and the Speaker of the House has 4.
Speaker of the House has them, and the lieutenant governor? Do you know which appointment this is?
I know that 2 of these came from the Speaker's office.
Oh, these
I
came
believe
from the
that this is
speaker?
what- Yes.
Oh, I might, Mr. President, I'd like to speak to this motion then. Oh, thank you for letting me talk. Do you know where Mr. Eric Franklin is from? If that's okay if you don't. I can give you some time. I'll talk about this confirmation. The heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration contractors. Is there an acronym for that? We can say HACRC? The HACRA? Is that the HACRA board? You don't know if that's the way they say it. We got so many abbreviations.
I've
for
never
everything.
heard of an acronym for that.
Oh, okay. You just got to say that
there's
whole
one.
thing every time you golly.
I've been saying it every
Heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration contractors board. Do you know how many members are on this thing total? I heard a few from the governor, a few from the lieutenant governor. I wonder if the lieutenant governor knows who he has appointed. This isn't his appointment. You said this is the speaker's. I wonder where Mr. Eric Franklin is from. Wonder maybe he's from my district. I didn't even know it. I'm not sure. He could be from Senator Roberts' district. He seems to have a lot of people on boards. Maybe when he comes back in here, I'll ask him. I'm sure Mr. Eric Franklin is a great man. I'd just like to find out a little more information about him, maybe, if I could, where he's from, where he went to college, what kind of work he does, how long he's been in either the heating, air conditioning, refrigerator. Maybe he's been a contractor for a long time. Make sure he's not.
So I remember Mr. Franklin is from Montgomery, and let me clarify. The two previous conferees were from the Speaker's office. This, Mr. Franklin, is from the Governor's office.
Oh, from the governor's office. Okay. Well, I mean, but you don't know where he's from, where he went to college, or
He's a consumer position.
Okay. You don't know what part of the state, the great state. He wouldn't happen to be from Senate District 17. I'm not sure where. You can sit down, though. I feel bad making you stand up here and listen to me, with that bad foot and stuff. Is your foot okay?
It's all good.
You good?
It's all good.
So I think this is our last confirmation, isn't it, for the day?
It is.
So this is not the speaker's appointment. Dadgummit, it's the governor's. Do we? How many more confirmations do you think we have this session? Do we have any more left for this whole entire session? You going?
Confirmations?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have 25 more that we'll have to get.
25 more. Wow. So that could be possibly 25 hours of listening to my boring voice. Is that the way that works? I think that's the way it works, isn't it? 25 hours. Lord of mercy, that'd be just take us to the end of the session, wouldn't it? Just kind
A
of.
long time, 25 hours.
Or do we have some really important confirmations coming up?
We do. We still have a lot of really important confirmations that need to be done. So I'm very confident that this body is going to get moving here before long, and we can get these people confirmed and get them serving in these important positions.
They do good work. Do you know how many times this board might happen to meet every year? Or do they meet often? Do they meet monthly, quarterly?
So I have called for my file because I was not expecting all this in-depth discussion on the heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration contractors.
Yeah, I've never been to one of their board meetings, so I'm not
I've never
sure.
been to one of their board meetings either, but
I wonder.
they are certainly very, very important people.
Very important. Hey, especially this time of the year.
Get into the summertime here in Alabama, and you'll know just how important they are.
I got a call from my nephew this morning asking me if I knew a good heating and air man because he's a young man, just got married, and his air conditioning unit went out. He didn't have a happy newlywed wife, so I might need to go to one of these board meetings and find out when they meet and get some recommendations for some great heating and air men.
So I remember this one that came through Confirmations Committee. Mr. Franklin had a very impressive resume that was in there. He is from Montgomery. He's in the consumer position. He had a really impressive summary of qualifications. I'm looking at it right now. said he's a hardworking and energetic, top-rated sales professional with a demonstrated history of working in the consumer services industry, thus the reason that he's in this consumer position. Manager with vast experience leading cohesive sales team and consistently achieving aggressive goals in a fast-paced local and regional market. Certainly someone that you would want in that position. Focused on customer satisfaction throughout all stages of the sales life cycle, and instills such teachings when training consultants as well as managers. Skilled in sales management, hospitality management, account management, and staff development.
Well, I knew he would have an impressive resume coming from the governor if he was one of the governor's appointments. So I'm sure he is well versed in the heating and air conditioning and refrigeration business. You didn't happen to find out where he's from, did you? What
He's
part?
from Montgomery.
He's from Montgomery.
He's from Montgomery.
Are there meetings? You didn't happen to find out how many meetings a year they have or where their meetings are? I wonder how many times they meet. If this board is one of those that meets monthly, quarterly, once a year, you know, we got all kind of boards, and they're important. They do important work. This one's very important in our state because with our temperature, and it's about to hit. It's getting hot out there. People are sweating. We don't want them. You know, if their heating and air goes out in this state, that can cause serious problems. That can lead to
Well,
not
he
only.
sounds certainly like somebody who will bring a vast amount of knowledge to this board. I was looking at his resume. He has some great experience. He is currently the Regional Life Safety Sales Consultant for Vector Security, and he has lots of achievements on his resume. He's Rookie of the Year, 4 times President's Club Award winner, Net One Grand Champion, and the top 25 sales performer for the Southeastern region. So
What kind of grand champion? I couldn't hear you there. What was,
a Net One Grand Champion. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but for a Vector Security company. Something that I think he'll bring a great.
well, I'm sure he was a grand champion. That sounds pretty impressive. I know Senator Bell was a chess grand champion back in his day. Senator Weaver, have you made the motion to confirm Mr. Eric Franklin? Did I mess you up there?
I have. I had made a motion.
As long as we use
for
the
long roll.
Oh, you did? Okay, you
did.
used the long roll this time? Okay, well, let's renew. I'm good with that motion. Let's move for confirmation of Eric Franklin using the long roll then.
I think
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Strawbritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver.
aye.
Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Eric Franklin's confirmed. This concludes confirmations. Any other committee reports? All right, Secretary, call next committee.
From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 409 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Have the title read. Mr. President, can I have the title read?
All right, Secretary, read the title.
You knew I was going to do that.
Relating to district attorneys to add sections 1217-184.1, 1217-184.2 to the Code of Alabama to provide that a prosecuting attorney advising a law enforcement officer or a law enforcement agency on certain matters is deemed a prosecutorial function, and to provide for legislative findings. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 63 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 36 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes, 4 nays, and 2 abstentions. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 334 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 10 ayes and 2 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 100 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 174 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 2 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 392 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, have the title read, please. Or did I miss it? I missed it. He distracted me.
All right, he missed it.
Relating to transfer of motor vehicle title to prohibit the Department of Revenue from transferring any ownership interest in a motor vehicle of a deceased owner except under certain circumstances.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read.
From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 165 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 167 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
This bill has received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 475 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To alter, rearrange, and extend the boundary lines and corporate limits of the City of Millbrook in Elmore County. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 487 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Shelnutt.
request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Marshall County to amend 4548-161 of the Code of Alabama 1975 to provide further for the distribution of in lieu tax payments of the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Mr. President, that's request the title be read. Oh, slow down. Sorry. I need to pay attention.
Can't read it twice.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 443 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Shelnutt.
request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
To alter and rearrange the boundary lines and corporate limits of the City of Childersburg in and the town of Bon Air in Talladega County, to remove certain property from the corporate limits of the town of Bon Air and to add the property to the City of Childersburg. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 442 receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Shelnutt.
I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Calhoun County to authorize the county commission and the governing bodies of municipalities to regulate halfway houses and other similar facilities and to provide for the enforcement.
These bills have received a second reading, and this concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
Hey, Mr. President, I've got a resolution. I'm going to move to the other side because
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Resolution number 79 by Senator Orr, establishing a legislative study commission to study K through 12 school education funding.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd like to discuss this resolution a little bit and tell you what's going on, and think it'd be enlightening for the body. So probably two weeks ago, I thought you were clapping. Probably 2 weeks ago, we had an SJR, and the House passed an HJR to establish a study group to look at our school funding. And that was signed recently by Governor Ivey to establish this study commission to look at our school funding and make sure that the current foundation is what we want to do, or do we want to do something different? And that would look at more student-based funding as opposed to pupil-based funding. And the difference being there, we're looking at the student. And are they in a poverty group? Do they come from a poverty situation? Do they have special needs? Do they have a situation where they're gifted, or are they an English language learner? So all of those categories will be reviewed, and then we would begin the process, and it would take multiple years to start awarding education dollars or appropriating education dollars based on the student as they are in the various schools, public schools across the state. Right now, on pupil-based funding, what's the difference between a pupil and a student? But not much. We have just based on head count and just average daily membership. We call it how many children do you have in your school and or your school system, your local system, and we do the calculations and say, well, you warrant this many principals or this many teacher units or this many counselors, et cetera, based on the number of students or pupils that you have in your school.
Mr. President, may I dialogue with my colleague for a moment on this?
You're recognized.
Question
Hold on.
I've got, I've not seen the
Senator Orr,
resolution yet.
will you move for unanimous consent to consider it? Did you
I
make
hadn't
the
moved
motion?
yet. I'm
All right.
talking about my resolution.
Saying we got to do that.
I know I got 20 minutes. Okay, I'll move for unanimous consent. But
Any
I'd like to
objection?
discuss it.
All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you. So anyway, this resolution, I think you had a question though, Senator. I'm sorry.
Mr. President. Yes, sir. My question is real simple. Do you have any funding in there for the study you're trying to pull off?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Yeah.
in the supplemental that the conference committee is going to meet on in 12,
This is much needed.
12 minutes, Senator.
We have talked about this greatly and looking at this so that we understand where we're going, how do we get there effectively, and I appreciate very much what you're doing here.
Thank you. It's important for us to begin this process, and it is going to be a process. So this resolution, members, so you know, after we did the initial one that has now been enacted, the study group will be the respective education Ways and Means from the House, and the F&T, Finance and Taxation Education Committee, will serve as the committee members on this. But we'll hear from all of the education family. We've got consultants that we have already been discussing this with for about 6 months now and had meetings. Also, of course, the State Department of Education will weigh in heavily on this. So the governor's office and her education policy people. So we'll have a lot of interested parties that we want to get their input and get their outlook on this. And I would certainly yield for comments or questions.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
Senator Orr, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing this resolution to bring about this study group, because number one, as I look at how we continue to fund education in this state, the education gap continues to get wider and wider and wider. because there are some school systems based on our foundation program that only have enough meals to put in to participate at 10 meal. Then you have other school systems that have the 10 meal to be in the foundation program, and then they have local dollars that continue to allow them to move forward. Sometimes when I look around in my district, just like looking at the Literacy Act, where I might be required to have third grade reading teachers or math teachers under the Numeracy Act, well, my devisors might not only allow, my average daily attendance might only allow me to have a half of a math teacher. So if I only qualify for one half of a math teacher, and then I don't have local money to be able to support the other half, then I'm out. So what I understand is that, like the Kentucky model, I've looked at the Kentucky model that provides for those schools and students with special needs, and as you look at those needs, you give funding based on that. It's not so much of per pupil need, but based on those needs of those that area.
Plus, in like this, you mentioned the special ed category, you've got different levels in that you can get more targeted, like a child who needs a full-time aide, 1-to-1 ratio.
Yes.
That would require more funding than a child that maybe is just a slow learner or have some challenges, but they don't need the attention of a full-time 1-to-1 aide ratio there. So so we got different levels among the subgrade. And then you look at ELL, and some kids are, beginners, and then others as they advance on up with their English language skills, they don't need as much intense instruction as somebody that just perhaps came into the country and that is here, and we got to start from the beginning with that child and teaching them English. So and it's much more intensive, which means it's much more costly.
Yes.
And we got to have different levels perhaps for an English language learner, and then gifted, and then children from poverty situations, and addressing their needs also will be buckets that we're going to have to look at and evaluate, and then how to weight it all among those groups. She signed the resolution, that established the commission. This resolution will name the membership, and congratulations, Senator, as a member of the F&T committee. You're now you're in, aren't you? I know you're excited about that, and we're actually going to have our first meeting May. I'll send out a memo on this, but sometime May 23rd, 22nd, something like that. We're going to have our first meeting.
Can it be the 22nd? My daughter have graduation on the 23rd.
Well,
I really want to be at her graduation.
We are going to allow you to remote in if you would like to do that.
Yeah.
We will have that 21st, actually.
Oh, well, that's good. I can work with that.
It's a Tuesday.
I can work
We'll
with
have
that.
our first meeting and put it together and talk about our goals, what we want to accomplish, what we want to do, and how we're going to get there, and anything else that comes to mind. Probably, if we can do it, get a baseline presentation for members to start thinking in these terms, and we'll see where we go from there.
Like I mentioned, the Kentucky model. Are there any other particular models that you've been looking at that work? Is the Arizona?
Here, you bring that up. I didn't want to say this, but we will anyway. We'll pick on them. Tennessee went down this road last year, maybe 2 years ago, and I think the plan was good, but then the execution really caused them some problems, and local districts were not made aware or educated or trained or had enough information to understand the implications. And I think when they hit the go button, it didn't go so well.
Everybody wasn't ready to go.
They wasn't ready, and they didn't phase in perhaps as they should have, and had enough training for the CFOs at the local level of how the money was going to flow and all that good stuff.
Gotcha.
So we'll learn from the mistakes of our sister states and see and again, there's no rush, but my understanding is we're probably one of 6 states now left with a foundation type program, and the vast majority have moved to the student-based funding formulas. And we need to, certainly there's got to be something good with it if you see all these states moving in that direction. Mississippi is headed there. I believe I said last week or so, Colorado, one of their chambers voted for it, and I think the second one will have to pass it. And we'll come back. It'll be a bill. It'll be a bill next session if the committee or task force, wants to proceed and go down this road.
Will we while also in this study, or is that going to be something separate?
I think some members need to be educated on what our current foundation program is. I think it's one of those big, monstrosities that a lot of them, their eyes glaze over when you start talking about the foundation program, and having a primer on that, I think would be helpful. And that might be part of our first meeting as far as what we do. And another you brought up is the minimum millage. And is that something that the committee wants to look at or consider? Is it something, that would be a constitutional amendment, statewide constitutional amendment, like the Starkey bill back in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that work, or is that just have to work through it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to thank you for bringing this. I think we need to look at overall now. I understand. I'm for the task. I appreciate it.
I hear your voice in my head. Work.
That's right. I want to yield back to the gentleman here. Jefferson.
Anything else you want to say on that, sir?
No, I think my 20 minutes of glory for the desk purposes, this is an SR. It's not an SJR. Okay, so on the board it says SJR, so I want to be clear. We are just voting on an SR. We're not sending this downstairs. We're not going to the governor. This is just a Senate resolution internal to us, since we already passed an SJR. That's internal to us, that's just stating what we're doing, and that the Finance and Taxation Education Committee is going to be the members of this task force. So that being said, this time I'd move that we adopt the resolution, Mr. President.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the resolution's adopted. Any other motions or resolutions?
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution.
All right, Secretary read and receive the resolution. All right, Senator
Mr.
Wagner.
President, I have another SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 80 by Senators Melson and Wagner commending the Mars Hill Bible School varsity basketball team on winning the 2024 Alabama High School Athletic Association Class 2A Boys Basketball Championship.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Joint Resolution number 77, creating the Alabama Coastal Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission, receives a favorable report with substitute.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right. Any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Senator Wagner on that.
Mr. President, move adoption of the committee sub on the previous resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, committee subs adopted. Now we need to.
Now move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, now on to the next resolution. Secretary, read and receive.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 245 commending Mr. Alan Gillespie receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 241 recognizing the positive approach and best practices of the Crisis Intervention Team programs and encouraging the development of active programs statewide receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 246, naming a portion of the Alabama State Route 181 in Baldwin County the Representative Joe Faust Highway.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution from Rules.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 238, naming the portion of the Alabama State Highway Route 157 between mile markers 40 and 41 in Lawrence County, Alabama, the William Howell Rogers Senior Memorial Mile, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution from Rules.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. Any other motions or resolutions?
Mr. President.
Senator Beasley.
Senate Joint Resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 81 by Senator Beasley, designated May 2024.
Mr. President, I move for favorable on the
All right, any objection?
resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Beasley. All right, Senator Allen.
Yes, sir. I have SJR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 82 by Senator Allen, commending WBRC Fox 6 meteorologist and reporter Fred Hunter on his retirement.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
Let me just say a brief word about Fred Anthony Hunter. Many of you may recall Fred Anthony Hunter, and he served in Birmingham and a number of other places on television. Anyway, he was one of those kind of personalities that you'll never forget. And so, Mr. President, I'll move the adoption. Actually, I would like to ask all members to be part of this SJR.
All right, any objection to that? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, I move the adoption meeting.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, Senator Allen. Senator Coleman, do you have a resolution?
Yes, Mr. President, I have an SR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SR.
Senate Resolution number 83 by Senator Coleman and others, recognizing May 2024 as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month.
You did good on that. That's ALS, and if there's no objection from the members, Mr. President, I'd like all senators to be added.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Move passage of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you. All right, any other motions or resolutions? Senator Bell, do you have anything? No? Okay. All right. Now move, let's see, I think on our local bills are contested, so move on to,
Point of person privilege, please.
you're recognized.
I understand that all local bills have been contested.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I guess I may start my hours on everything here today also. So we'll be here all night. Maybe you'll get some help after all. Because whatever you're trying to kill, I'm going to help you kill it. Whatever you're trying to kill, I'm going to help you kill it. So we'll be in it together, killing it. We
All right.
that boat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 84, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 28th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 64, House Bill 346 by Representative Allman regarding the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit. On page 65, House Bill 358 by Representative Daniels and others regarding child care and workforce development. On page 29, House Bill 211 by Representative Keel regarding traffic infractions. On page 28, House Bill 241 by Representative Lovern regarding motor vehicles. On page 47, House Bill 379 by Representative Faulkner regarding county boards of equalization. On page 61, House Bill 441 by Representative Garrett regarding the Growing Alabama Act. On page 31, House Bill 103 by Representative Pascal regarding the State Board of Veterans Affairs. On page 37, House Bill 60 by Representative Colvin regarding crimes and offenses. On page 40, House Bill 350 by Representative Faulkner regarding the Alabama Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act. On page 56, House Bill 421 by Representative Faulkner and others regarding the Polygraph Examiners Board. On page 67, House Bill 439 by Representative Baker regarding public education. On page 66, House Bill 479 by Representative Reynolds regarding supplemental appropriations. On page 12, House Bill 140 by Representative Ellis regarding the Insurance Department. On page 9, House Bill 82 by Representative Shaw and Holsey regarding crimes and offenses. On page 63, House Bill 284 by Representative Starnes and others regarding the Alabama GI Independence Educational Benefit Act. On page 45, House Bill 235 by Representative Lipscomb regarding scope of practice for architecture. On page 67, House Bill 285 by Representative Faulkner regarding motor vehicle registrations. On page 53, House Bill 308 by Representative Collins and DuBose regarding alternative teacher certification. On page 55, House Bill 325 by Representative Keel regarding the Alabama Film Office. On page 69, House Bill 331 by Representative Woods and others regarding public schools. On page 41, House Bill 375 by Representative Shaver and others regarding vessels. On page 11, House Bill 66 by Representative Brown regarding seafood products. On page 72, House Bill 474 by Representatives Treadaway and Carnes regarding motor vehicles. On page 73, House Bill 453 by Representative Mooney regarding crimes and offenses. On page 13, House Bill 176 by Representative Lomax regarding aviation. On page 54, House Bill 290 by Representative Oliver regarding the public and non-public schools. On page 50, House Bill 34 by Representative Hill regarding judicial compensation. On page 26, House Bill 21 by Representative Brown regarding genetic testing companies.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report on Committee on Rules.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion, special order calendar.
You're recognized.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Just looking at this special order calendar, it looks like there are several good bills, maybe some that maybe don't need to see the light of day. A lot of House bills, Let me see. First bill is HB 346 by Representative Allman. It establishes the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit Act. Creates the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit. I'm not sure which senator is carrying that. I'm sure they'll explain that one, do a real good explanation on it and why we're giving a tax credit. I wonder how much that hurts our education trust fund. I don't see a lot of co-sponsors on that one. Let's see. And then the next one, we have HB 358, relating to child care and workforce development to establish the employer tax credit and child provider tax credit to make legislative findings. I wonder, Senator Gudger, he's making some noise back there. Maybe he likes that bill. See, he might be carrying that bill. Let's see, Representative Keel, HB 211, traffic infractions requires a citing agency to notify a minor's parent or guardian when the minor receives a traffic citation. Man, we sure, that's 3 House bills on page 1. No Senate bills yet. Of course, you know, it's getting that time of session where we're all on these House bills, and I'm sure there's a lot of good bills. We just got to slow it down here a little bit and make sure that we do a good job of studying these bills, finding out all the ins and outs, the major details, and how much it affects the Education Trust Fund. We don't want to hurt the children. Don't want to hurt the children. And we got, let me see, Representative Lover, and let's see what he's doing. HB 241, motor vehicles and traffic first responders operating upon roadways, distinguished from pedestrians. Let's see, he didn't get many co-sponsors either. I wonder why he didn't. He felt like he didn't need them, I guess. Such a good bill, he didn't need any. And there's Representative Faulkner. Let's see if many of my representatives are co-sponsor. There's co-sponsor by Representative Garrett, so that must be a good one. Let's see, County Boards of Equalization to revise the nomination procedures for boards of equalization in certain counties. That's probably a very important bill. Then we got Representative Garrett. Let's see what he's doing. Growing Alabama Act, Innovating Alabama Act, Alabama Jobs Act, Innovative Alabama. Man, they say Alabama a lot. Allow existing communities to qualify for incentives. Existing communities, so I guess no non-existing communities can qualify for these incentives. Then we have Representative Pascal. HB 103, State Board of Veteran Affairs, omnibus revisions to update existing code language to current style and practice. And then we have Representative Colvin. Let's see what HB 60, crimes and offenses, crimes and abuse and neglect of an audit with a disability in the first, second, and third degree, and crimes of financial exploitation of an adult with a disability in the first, second, and third degree created. Representatives Faulkner. Okay, let's see, got HB 350. The Alabama Uniform Commercial Real Estate Receivership Act created the process for appointment of receiver for disputes relating to commercial real estate provided. Wow. I'm trying to find, I put in a special order request for several House bills. I haven't made it to one yet. Let's see. Another by Representative Faulkner. Man, I need to get Representative Faulkner to carry some bills for me. He seems to get a lot. HB 421, Polygraph Examiners Board, Polygraph Device Define, and Computer Voice Stress Analysis exempted. Exempting the old computer voice stress analysis. Okay. And then we have another House bill, Representative Baker, Garrett, and Collins. HB 439, Public K through 12 Education, Employment, Qualifications, and Training of Technology Directors. It's another House bill. I don't see any of the ones I requested. Let me see. HB 479. Representative Reynolds, Rigsby, Moore, Holt, Jones, and Rafferty. Appropriations, supplemental appropriations for the opioid treatment and abatement fund for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2023. I wonder how much appropriations we got to appropriate there. I can. It's on the sheet of paper. Can you spell it? HB 140. Let's see. Insurance Department, insurance fraud, statute of limitations increased, investigations of the Department of Insurance Fraud Unit, power to arrest and include other state laws. That's a good bill. Came out of Banking and Insurance Committee. I think Senator Kitchens might be carrying that bill. He's not in here. I'd ask him about that bill. He disappeared. He got bored. Let's see. HB 82, crimes and offenses, falsely reporting, penalties revised, restitution required. Still hadn't got to any of my House bills as I requested. Dadgummit. Maybe he couldn't read my writing. I got a write neater. Representative Starnes, Oliver Brown, Pascal, and Robertson. HB 284, the Alabama GI and Dependents Education Benefit Act conform to federal requirements. Let's moving on. How many pages we got in this dadgum special order calendar? Dadgum, 6 pages. Huh? I'm on page 4. I still haven't found one that I requested. Dadgummit. Representative Lipscomb, HB 235, scope of practice of architect and duties of the board. Well, that's a simple explanation. It's short. Representative Faulkner. There's Faulkner again. Dadgummit. I got to have a talk with Representative Faulkner. HB 285, motor vehicle registration. Replace international symbol of access with dynamic accessibility symbol. We're replacing a symbol. Man, I got some House bills that sound like they're a lot more important than replacing a symbol. Let's see. Representative Collins and DuBose. HB 308, alternative teacher certification, alternative teacher education prep organization, accreditation further provided for. That sounds like a good bill. We need to have alternative ways for teachers to get certified. We have a teacher shortage. It's a very tough job, so I'm sure that's a good bill. Very important bill there by Representative Collins and DuBose. Let me see, then we got Representative Kill, HB 325, the Alabama Film Office Director Appointment Process revived. We got to change the appointment process for the Alabama Field Office Director. I didn't know we had a director of the Alabama Film Office. Let's see, we got the Representative Woods, Colvin, oh man. House bill, what is it? It's got like 20 co-sponsors. Let's see, HB 331, public K through 12 schools, non-public school transfer students excluded from certain assessments determining school or school district grade. That must be to help some students coming from private school. And that's probably a good bill. It's got a lot of co-sponsors. Let's see, we're getting down to the end of page 4. Representative Shaver, Oliver, Wadsworth, Woods, and Colvin. HB 375, vessels, non-resident Alabama boater safety certification requirement provided. We have to give a non-resident of Alabama a boater safety certification requirement. I wonder what we're doing there, making people from out of state get some kind of certification. I wonder what that bill does. I wonder if it costs some people some money. Let's see, on page 5, maybe page 5 here. Representative Brown, HB 66. Oh, we're dealing with some seafood products. Seafood products, country of origin notification, correct name. We got to make sure our tilapia is not, it needs to be farm raised, wild fish. Required for food service establishments. I wonder what senator's carrying HB 66 for the Representative Brown. I bet it's one from down south. Let's see, Representative Treadway and Carr. There's my representative. Let's see what he, HB 474, motor vehicles, exhibition driving, further provided, automated traffic enforcement system, authorized to be used to detect and record violations. Uh-oh, we putting film out there on our cars. We have they have a problem in Birmingham, all this exhibition driving. They're stealing cars. I know about this one, and they're just driving crazy, and our police can't chase them. It creates a problem. It's dangerous. I think Birmingham is very much in favor of HB 474. Let's see, we got Representative Mooney, HB 473.
Hey, let me see your front page.
Do I have the wrong? I have the wrong calendar. I got the wrong one. I got the wrong special order calendar. I might have to start.
If I help you, I wouldn't be punishing you, so we'll punish you back.
Oh, I need to get, I might have to start over. I started on the wrong special order. They changed it. I got the wrong version. Maybe I'm on, man, I messed up there. Got to start all over. That's horrible. Let's see, can I get it? Can I? Senator Wagner, can you give me a copy of the updated one? I must have grabbed an early version. I must have printed out the wrong version. How did I get that?
I don't know where you got it. Oh, that's all right.
Just gonna make sure. Okay, a little confused. A little confused there. It's the correct calendar. We thought it might be wrong. I thought I grabbed the right date. Now I'm confused. I'm gonna start all over. I got confused there. Let's just go back to the beginning. Let's see. HB3. Okay, making sure I'm on the right calendar. Senator Carnley, can I view yours? Make sure. Can I compare there? Make sure we're on the right calendar for sure. Make sure. Let's see. Both of these have 346 on them by Representative Allman to start off. They got 3 bills on the first page. They look identical. I thought I had the right one. Let's see, the second page starts with HB 241 about the motor vehicles and traffic, the first responders, and that lines up with this other calendar. Let's see, HB 103. Mr. President, how much time do I have remaining, Mr. President? A minute and a half? 3.5 minutes, dadgummit. I ain't got enough time to talk about all these great bills on here, these House bills. I still haven't found one that I requested on here, or I thought I did. Maybe that note got lost I'll have to go back and check, make sure I put in the request on those couple of great bills that I'm sponsoring for some House members. Let's see. I don't think I made it. Let's see, where was I before? I thought I was on the wrong calendar. Let's see, I think I was on that exhibition driving by Representative Treadaway. That's an important bill. I hope we get passed one day. Might not be this week, but we need to pass that sometime. And most of the cars that are out there doing this expedition driving are stolen cars. They steal them and they drive all over the city, spinning all over the place. And then the police are not encouraged to, if they chase them, it just creates a very dangerous situation for all the residents in Jefferson County. And so what we want to do is put some cameras out that, we can get their car tags and not have to chase them, identify them, and then go find them when it's not doesn't create a dangerous situation. So Representative Treadaway and Representative Carnes, that's a good bill. That's a great bill. I hope we can maybe get to that one day. Representative Mooney, let's see what Representative Crimes and Offenses further provides for the crime of unauthorized entry of a critical infrastructure. I'm going to have to find out. That sounds like a great bill. I got to find out what a critical infrastructure is. I mean, everything I think of is critical. I'm going to have to get the definition there. I might have to look into that bill. And then we got Representative Lomax, HB 176. Aviation requires Transportation Department to take certain actions related to advanced air mobility. Representative Oliver, Sorrell, Smith, Wadsworth, Hurst, Lipscomb, Shawn, Pascal, and DuBose. Let me see, they coming out with HB 290. Public and non-public schools, sudden cardiac arrest required to develop and implement cardiac emergency response plan. That sounds like a good plan. We need some defibrillators if they're not in every school. I think they are already. I hope they are. But they need a plan to implement a cardiac emergency response plan. Because I think heart attacks is one of the leading causes of death in our society. Let's see, we got Representative Hill from St. Clair County. Let's see, he's always doing something with the judicial. HB 34, Judicial Compensation, Uniform Pay Plan for Justices and Judges. I got some calls from I got a call from a judge in my area. He didn't like that bill. He said he wasn't really for that. So I might have some amendments to HB 34. Oh, finally on the last
Senator
page.
Shelnut,
Yes,
hard to
sir.
report your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we had a motion to adopt the special order calendar using previous roll, or do you want to use long roll? Long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Senator Orr.
Before we call the first bill, we're trying to get a concurrence on a bill to get it across the street, and I think the pro tem's going to call it up. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
we have a House message. I think it's Senate Bill 157.
All right, Secretary, call the House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended is passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 157 by Senator Orr and others relating to public education employees. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
I'd like to make a motion that we concur using the previous roll, if that's appropriate.
All right, any objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Reed. All right. Secretary, call the first bill on the calendar.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 346 by Representative Allman regarding the Workforce Housing Tax Credit Act, BR pending.
All right. Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill deals with the Alabama Workforce Housing Credit Act, and we've talked about this extensively in committee. There's a severe shortage of affordable housing in Alabama, and specifically in certain areas of the state. And what this legislation does is try to leverage a federal tax tax credit that's out there to make it more effective. And so specifically, the state tax credits would generate about 25% of the necessary development capital, while private capital, and that's the important caveat here, private capital and federal tax credits are providing the remaining 75%. And for the members, what we're trying to do here, if you've ever, just colloquially, if you've ever been to a restaurant and noticed that a significant portion of it's closed off, it's not closed off because they don't want to serve you. It's closed off because they don't have anybody to serve you. And so if you go to a hotel and it's not at full capacity, then the likelihood is they don't have the workers there necessary to operate the hotel. I've got a hotel many of y'all been to before, the Perdita Beach Resort, and there have been instances in the recent past where they've been so unable to find housing for their workforce that they've actually used the rooms at the hotel to then house their actual workforce so that they could have the workers that were necessary in order to keep the hotel running. And you can imagine from a revenue standpoint how damaging that is to the state's coffers, because those assets are not generating any revenue. Those folks are not in the hotels. They're not in those condos. They're not paying their lodging tax. They're not paying their local sales tax. It just has a real detrimental effect on those industries and, of course, on our revenues as well. Currently, 29 different states have these housing tax credits and use them. This program has a 3-year sunset. We want to make sure we demonstrate the effectiveness and that the total cost of this program will not exceed $15 million a year. So that kind of wraps up what we're trying to achieve here. And Mr. President, I see my colleague across the way. I'm happy to answer any questions he may have. He knows a lot about this topic.
You want to speak on the BR?
Yeah, I'll talk about BR.
All right, you reckon?
I really appreciate my colleague carrying this. I think Representative Allman, you, me, and several others worked very hard on this. It is providing a critical need to have workforce housing available throughout the state, particularly where tourism is involved. We work very hard. The federal government helps with certain visas that are needed to bring in necessary workforce, particularly in your area, Senator. And being able to house these people is one thing that is, the feds are incentivizing, and these credits will go with those Fed credits to help make these houses available for our workforce. We can also see it happen in other major cities around the state. And so I'm very much in favor of trying to move this forward, and I appreciate the work that my colleague has done on this.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll continue to have conversation with you about this. But this time, Mr. President, I'd like to move the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 346 by Representative Allman regarding the Alabama Workforce Housing Tax Credit Act.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, we're still on the bill here, talking more about this. And I see my colleague across the way. If he's got any specific questions, I'd be happy to yield to him and answer your questions.
Sorry, I was having a discussion and I missed your beautiful explanation. I do have some questions. Let's see. Now, this tax credit, it's not all going to go down there at the beach, is it?
No, sir. Not if we keep it at the level it's at right now. And that's one of the reasons I want to make sure we don't reduce that. There was an attempt to do that in committee, and I understand the intention of that. But if there's an amendment offered or we talk about that too much, I want to make sure we don't do that. That will make sure that there's enough money to spread around the state. So what we're doing here, Senator, is we are we're leveraging these federal tax credits with some state tax credits. And this is how it works, right? So it's capping rental rates at 30% of the area median income, okay, for families who are earning 60% of that eligible income. So this is not public housing. These are folks that are working and have a job, okay? And it caps their rent at 30%. If they're earning less than 60% of the area median income. And this is something that the private developer is agreeing to do in order to receive these credits. And so they take these credits and use them up front as part of their capital stack to build these developments so that these folks have a place to live. You've seen, I'm sure, around Baldwin County, you see in Tuscaloosa and Lee and Huntsville and other places where and in Birmingham and areas where the cost of living is just so expensive. And developers can build multifamily housing and charge almost whatever they want. The market is sky high. And so what we're trying to do here is incentivize some developers to come in that will fill a niche in that market and agree that for these credits to provide essentially workforce housing so that we can keep our restaurants open, keep our hotels staffed, and then of course any other industries out there that need this type of housing assistance or having trouble finding housing for their employees.
Is this one of the reasons why when I go to the beach or Gulf Shores and I go to a restaurant and they're having a lot of trouble finding employees? And is that one of the reasons?
It is one of the reasons. I mean, if you start thinking about where do these people live, right? And so, for instance, let's just talk about it from a tax standpoint. You know, my property taxes went up 36%. 36% just this last year. It's just an expensive place to live. And if you're, in those industries that are on the lower end of the income spectrum, where in the heck are you going to live? How are you going to find a place to put a roof over your head? So all too often we end up in a spot where low-income housing looks like a 10-year-old travel trailer. And that's not what we want. That's not good from a zoning standpoint. It's not good from a development standpoint. These folks deserve and need a safe, clean place to live and raise their families. And what we're trying to do here is leverage federal Reagan era, I know on my side of the aisle that means a lot, Reagan era tax credits to make sure they go as far as they can to incentivize these types of developments.
And your bill wouldn't do anything to restrict a developer that didn't want to apply for these tax credits or anything. They could charge whatever rents what they want to. So
that's correct. And there's a ton of that development going on too. And we understand that and that's happening. But no, to answer your question, this is completely voluntary. It just incentivizes that particular type of development. I mean, if you can imagine, you've got two options here. You can build, you could build these apartments and charge $1,800 a month or so, or $2,000 a month or $2,500 a month for them and rent them all day long. So why wouldn't you do that? I mean, if you can do that, why wouldn't you do that? And so what we've got to do in order to make sure that our workforce has a place to stay is utilize these tax credits in the market.
Do you have any idea of what the rent rate will be? Well, some of these projects, does it bring it down like let's just say that in one development, a comparable development that doesn't have this, say it's 2,000 a month. Do you have any comparables that say, hey, if they take advantage of this program and bring the rent down to, say what?
So the language in the statute, and the reason that I can't give you a direct answer, but I will answer your question. You're capping rent rates at 30% of the area media income. That's the AMI, okay? And so what you're doing is you're doing a survey of the area, and you're saying, what is the area median income? And then we're saying rents cannot exceed that 30% in these developments, okay? And then you're saying that in order to be eligible for one of these developments,
They'll take advantage of these in high rent districts, or?
I do.
That sounds like that's where it's going to happen.
I think
Mainly?
you'll see it in both. I think you'll see it anywhere there's a need for workforce housing. Now, obviously, you have more trouble finding workforce housing in high rent areas, but let's say, for instance, there's a low amount of housing stock, right? And if there is, the housing simply doesn't exist. But if you have industry move there and they need workers and the housing stock's not there to house them, how do you incentivize the construction of that workforce housing? And I think this is a way to do it. So to answer your question, yes, I see it in areas that are high cost of living, but I could also see it being utilized in an area where there is not necessarily a high cost of living, but rather a lack of housing stock that's necessary in order to supply whatever industry it needs with local workers.
But there's no restrictions, so I got some developers in my area. They can do this in Trussville, Alabama,
Absolutely.
Birmingham, Jefferson County, anywhere there's the need for it. You see this as a good thing that
I do, and those numbers are going to vary from project to project, whether it makes sense on a development in Jefferson or Mobile, or is just going to depend on the project, and again, what that AMI is on the front end.
What's AMI?
That's the area median income.
Oh, okay. Using those abbreviations again.
Well, I'd already explained what it meant.
Well, I probably wasn't listening when you explained that. Let me see.
That happens around here.
Let's see if I missed out on anything else. The award cycle each fiscal year. All right. I think Senator Orr might have some questions for you that a little more in depth.
And I thank
Hold
you
on,
for
Senator Stewart was there next. Let me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator Stewart.
He was there,
didn't mean
yeah.
to block you out there.
All right. Senator Stewart.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I be recognized.
You're recognized.
I would like to begin my first hour.
All right.
And I want to just go on record to say that I support this legislation. I think a lot of Representative Allman. But I want to, anytime I get the opportunity to do some information sharing with my colleagues, I think that is a worthwhile opportunity. So there was a report that came out from the Economic Policy Institute yesterday. And the name of the report is The Evolution of the Southern. Y'all want to hear this? You want to hear this? The name of the report is The Evolution of the Southern Economic Development Strategy. And this came out from the Economic Policy Institute. And it talked about how it is rooted in racism and economic exploitation. And this is part one. And the summary says, and this all ties together, housing, wages, all of these issues are interrelated. And it says how the Southern economic development model has failed to create shared prosperity in the region. And so I just want to share some key findings from the report. From low wages to unfair tax policies to a weak social safety net, The Southern Economic Development Model ensures that businesses continue to have access to cheap black labor even after the abolition of slavery. This past weekend, I went to Gee's Bend, Alabama, where my ancestors are from. I had the best catfish sandwich you could ever believe. And it was great. And Gee's Bend is famous because of the quilters there. And that's what they quilted for economic prosperity. Many times I've gone on record to talk about how my ancestors, my great-grandparents in particular, were sharecroppers in Gee's Bend. And they had this annual tradition called the May Day. It's wonderful. If you've ever been to the May Day, I'll encourage you. There are vendors, there are food trucks, there's a softball game. But I was able to reflect on how my ancestors toiled and how their lives have been relegated by the Southern Economic Development Strategy. And I want to say that though I am not a sharecropper and I'm a state senator, I'm grateful for what my ancestors went through. The remnants of sharecropping is still in my lineage. So I just want to talk about, we're connecting workforce housing to wages. Many people cannot afford to live because of the low wages in the South. Is low wages. 20 states still use the federal minimum wage of $7.25, and half of these are states in the South. On top of struggling low wages, many Southerners, particularly black and brown Southerners, have trouble accessing unemployment insurance and other benefits, which are often inadequate. And policymakers have worked to limit Southerners' rights to unionize, to bargain collectively, since unions make it hard to keep wages low and benefits stingy. I just talked to the gentlelady from Mobile County, and she talked about how her dad, they were able to have a little economic prosperity because her dad worked for the railroad and they were a part of a union. The Southern Economic Development Model cannot create shared prosperity. And to uplift wages in the South, we need policies that raise wages, make taxation, because we're talking about taxation, make taxation fair, and strengthen the safety net, and protect workers' right to unionize. This part of the full report, I just want to share some elements that I highlighted. And these are the states that were included in the report. I'll get down to that on which states were included, which states were considered the South. You spent some time in Virginia. So Virginia's included in this report. Washington, D.C., though not culturally Southern, it is considered geographically Southern. You have a comment?
Yeah, I think you get much north of Fredericksburg, and I'm not sure that's still. I'm not sure that's still the South.
I understand, and it says many states across southern United States utilize an economic development model that prioritizes business interests and the wealthy over ordinary citizens. This model, which we refer to as the Southern Economic Development Model, is defined by low wages, low taxes, few regulations on businesses, few labor protections, a weak safety net, and the fierce opposition to unities. And it talks about how the work we have to do with our economic development model and how it is fundamentally flawed as a strategy for improving living conditions for most Southerners. We do have a workforce issue in our state. but we have to deal with it in a meaningful way that uplifts all people, not just big businesses. When I ran for Senate, I ran as a populist. I am a populist. I try to do what we can for the least of these, for the common man. This report describes the Southern Economic Development Model in detail with the historical evolution of various components of the model. We show how politicians and the wealthy across the South have used racism and drawn on the notions of white supremacy to divide the population along racial, ethnic, and economic lines. This has prevented Southerners from coming together in solidarity to demand policies that will uplift everyone in the region. That is so important. It is so important that everyone is uplifted through economic policy. I want to share how the brief history, the origins of the model developed as a way for the wealthy and powerful to ensure continued access to labor, cheap labor, following the Civil War. And that we see that today, how we keep wages down in this state. This report defines the South as Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida. I didn't know Delaware was considered the South.
It's not.
This report is kind of off in that respect. Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland. That goes back to that culturally, but situation geographically they are. Mississippi, they are definitely the South. North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. So they pretty much gave 16 states and the District of Columbia. We really need to explore the Southern Economic Development Model because while I support business, I support innovation, we need to make sure that we're doing it in a socially responsible manner. So I want to just talk about low wages and how as a state, we need to work to improve wages. We can have all the economic development bills in the world, but if we're not working to improve wages systemically, then all of our efforts are for naught. Many states across the South promote low wages for many workers by the policies they implement, in many cases, the policies they choose not to implement. For example, 5 southern states, this is Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina have no state minimum wage at all. Can you all believe that Alabama has no state minimum wage at all? We need to do something about that. Because the federal minimum wage is set at $7.25 per hour, $2.13 per hour for tip workers, all workers across the South are supposed to be paid at least these minimums. I want to talk about low corporate and income taxes for forced reliance on regressive tax sales. And the report found that today, Southern politicians, business interests, and other wealthy Southerners continue to seek or eliminate severely limit corporate and personal income taxes. I wasn't here during COVID-19, but it shares an example how several states, southern states, use temporary budget surpluses, resulting in the distribution of federal dollars to states intended to address COVID-19 and the recession as an excuse to further cut low taxes. Again, I wasn't here specifically. Oh, yes, it does. These included Tennessee. In 2019, sales tax accounted for more than 40% of all state and local tax revenue in many southern states. These included Tennessee at 56.6%, Louisiana, Florida, Arkansas, Alabama, 48% of our tax revenue is regressive, comes from sales tax. Tax on poor people who are barely making it. These shares are substantially higher than the 34% of state and local revenue that sales tax account for nationally. So as Alabama, we're at 48%, while the country is only at 34.4%. This approach to taxes means that public services are underfunded. What do you think about that, gentleman from Baldwin County?
I think we're trying to help the exact same people here.
Okay, I like to hear that. Proponents of this tax model argue that it increases the incomes of all households by allowing them to keep more of their money. Further, they argue that it allows businesses to reinvest and grow their businesses, therefore increasing tax revenue. But this regressive approach to taxes simply means that there is not significant revenue to properly fund education, health care, public transportation. We just voted down the opportunity to expand public transportation in this state. Water and sewage. My district is in crisis. People do not have clean water, working sewage in my district. I represent Dallas, Lowndes, Perry, Wilcox, Clark, Monroe, Butler, Conecuh counties. Nobody in this Senate, nobody in the House represents as many counties as I do. Nobody. But if we had better infrastructure, we'd have better population and more job opportunities. A weak safety net. The Southern Economic Development Model. How much time do I have, Mr. President? How many? I have plenty of time to go through this. This is a good report. A Southern Economic Development Model is further characterized by a weak social safety net. Most Southern states offer relatively few and weak protections against hardship for individuals, families who suffer some sort of economic shock, such as a loss of a job, illness, or need to care for someone. Workers have setbacks. We need to have a social safety net to protect them. This weak social safety net cements low-income Southerners to precarity. That keeps you uncertain. You know, there was an article that came out that most Americans can't even afford a $400 emergency. Further disempowering the labor force by making any economic shock all the more harmful. A Southern worker typically with little savings, private savings, is more likely to take or endure exploitive or underpaid work. That goes back to my point about how we need to be fighting for higher paid jobs and skilled workers and ensuring our kids have access on the front end. Oh, I remember this. Southerners face greater insecurity when they lose jobs. Oh my God, because we are a right to work state. So your boss can come in and say, you're fired, no reason. And then it's hard to get unemployment insurance. What does that do for our workforce? Unemployment insurance is a crucial component of the social safety net, meant to ensure that families have economic security in the face of a job loss. by replacing a percentage of prior earnings. So what happens when, we get the tax credit, we have this workforce housing, they lose their job? What happens to these families? Will they be relegated to poverty or homelessness? Because we have a homeless crisis. What happens?
Well, they'd certainly fall below the the income requirement at that point.
In closing, and I have some more. If I have another opportunity, I want to share some more of these stats. Our state, I want everybody to hear me right now. Our state is at a crossroads, okay? And as my grandpa Stewart, he's 85 years old, he would say, are you going to barbecue or are you going to mildew? You ever heard that term before? Yeah, you go barbecue or you're going to mildew. We can pass all the workforce bills that we want, and I support this legislation. I want to go on record saying that I support this is needed, this is essential. But until we address the systemic issues, the generations of systemic failure, we create an economy that shares prosperity and not extract and exploit from low-wage workers who are disproportionately black, we will not reach our full potential as a state. And our full potential will be yet to realize. Also, our young people will continue to leave this state in droves, never to return. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Stewart. All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know we're on a short timetable and we want to get going. I've got some figures I'd like for you all to listen to, if I could just have your attention for just a few moments. So I'm reading from the April receipts from the ETF. Total receipts were about $800 million. And, but if you look at the gross income tax receipts, they were up by $2.65 million. For the year to date, the gross income taxes are up just a marginal amount of less than 1%. So let's think about this. So we're up 2.65 million, or about half a percent. If unemployment is at a historical low, but our tax receipts year over year are up just 0.5%, what does that say when unemployment starts rising and people start losing their jobs if we hit a recession shortly? Also related to that, gross sales tax receipts were down about 5%. So year to date, and our year starts October 1, gross sales tax receipts are down 4.63%. So our people aren't spending as much as well, being down 5% like that. And our economy is good right now. I would guess with low unemployment, inflation is certainly high. You would think with high inflation that sales tax receipts would be up, all things being equal. But as I said earlier, sales taxes are down 5%. I've got a lot of other figures that we're trending downward marginally with our revenues for education. And as you know, the money we're about to spend, and I've talked to my House counterpart, and I mentioned this in committee, this particular bill, he thought in committee he had amended it to have a fiscal note of only $50 million. Instead, the fiscal note is $150 million over the 13-year period of the bill. One thing I do have a question for you, Senator, as the sponsor. The certificate by the Secretary of Commerce, I think there's a misunderstanding in the chamber, or people don't understand that you think you're going to get low-cost housing in your area if this bill passes, and that your developers, your contractors building apartments in your area are going to be eligible for this. Well, that ain't necessarily so. Because to receive the credit, and I stand to be corrected by the sponsor, you've got to get a certificate from the Secretary of Commerce, which then you take to the Housing Finance Authority and say, I do have a certificate from the Secretary of Commerce that says the area that I want to build in is a high growth area. So if you're in a low growth, no growth area, it's quite possible that you won't get that certificate. You won't be eligible. The home builder, apartment builder type person won't be able to get the benefit of this bill that you're about to vote on. So Mr. Sponsor, am I correct? Am I misstating? Or tell me, that's my understanding of that certificate.
Yeah, Senator, I don't think you are correct on this, and forgive me, but if there's a specific part in the legislation, a line number that you're referring to, I'm happy to look at what it is, but I don't think that's correct. The Alabama Housing Finance Authority is making that decision based on need, and that need is determined by consultation with the Department of Commerce. But I do not, from what my understanding, and I'm happy to look at a specific line number, there's no prerequisite, if you will, for a sign-off.
Right. I'm going with line 28, qualified projects in areas identified by the Department of Commerce concerning its priorities and location and type. So, the Department of Commerce is the gatekeeper for this, and I wonder if members here understand that that's the first stop on this trip, is that you got to be identified by the department in a priority area as identified by the Commerce Department to be eligible to receive this grant.
And again, respectfully, I don't think that's the case. So the Alabama Housing Finance Authority is determining eligibility. Yes, they are listening to the Department of Commerce about that, but in line 28 and those following it, I'm not seeing any particular requirement, unless you're seeing it somewhere else, that the Department of Commerce specifically signs off on or authorizes a project.
So I guess, it's a matter of interpretation. It's in there. It says the Commerce Department has to identify the priority area, but the word certificate admittedly is not used in there. Now, presumably the Housing Finance Authority could say, we require something in writing from the Commerce Secretary to identify these high priority areas and before you're eligible. So I say all that to say this, the bill, I understand. Who was the president that created this project?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Of course you are.
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, that makes it right. It's good. It's all blessed. My concern, Senator, is the fiscal cost to our state that it's going to cost, and the money comes from the school children of the state. And because of this, I want to share, I'll close with this. I know there are members that want to move on, but I want to read
and hope that you me just for a second a story that I read this weekend, and this will take probably 2 or 3 minutes. Bill Gates went to one of the only high schools in the world that had a computer. The story of how Lakeside School, just outside of Seattle, even got a computer is remarkable. A Navy pilot from World War II that turned into a high school math teacher said that he believed that book study wasn't enough without real-world experience. He realized we'd need to know something more about computers when we got to college, said Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen. So anyway, this teacher petitioned the Lakeside School Mothers Club for proceeds from its annual rummage sale for about $3,000 to lease a Teletype Model 30 computer hooked up to the General Electric mainframe terminal for computer time-sharing. The whole idea of time-sharing only got invented in 1965. Someone was pretty forward-looking. Most university graduates did not have a computer anywhere near as advanced as Bill Gates had in the 8th grade. Gates was 13 years old in 1968 when he met classmate Paul Allen. They were both obsessed with the school's computer, and the two hit it off. Lakeside's computer wasn't part of its general curriculum. It was an independent study program. Bill and Paul could toy away with the thing at their leisure, letting their creativity run wild. After school, late into the night, and on weekends, they quickly became computing experts. During one of their late night sessions, they said, "What do you think it would be like to run a Fortune 500 company between the two boys? We'll even maybe have our own computer company one day." In 1968, and I'm closing, there were roughly 303 million high school age people in the world. 1968, 303 million high school age children. 18 million of them lived in the United States. About 270,000 lived in Washington State, and a little over 100,000 high school students lived in the Seattle area. Only about 300 of them attended Lakeside School. Start with 303 million, end with 300. 1 in a million high school students attended the high school that had the combination of cash and foresight to buy a computer, and Bill Gates happened to be one of them. So my point to all that is, when we take money from the education budget and we spend it on housing or we spend it on child care, and again, worthy causes, worthy needs, it comes from somewhere. So that's a child that may not have a computer or may not have a special teacher to give them tutoring or things that they need to reach their heights. And so you imagine if Bill Gates in 1968 had not had that computer, if the teacher had not borrowed or gotten $3,000 from the PTA to purchase that very early model computer. But they did, and the rest is history with Microsoft. So every time we take money away from the education budget, there's a loser, and the loser in that situation is the children of the state. Now you can say there's a winner that's going to maybe get housing. I would argue economics. If people can't afford housing, maybe they need to make more, and so we could have that debate another day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Orr. All right, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the chairman, I want to say I have a tremendous amount of respect for where you're coming from on this. And I will just briefly respond by saying we grow the education budget by generating economic activity. That causes that to grow. We make the pie bigger. Mr. President, move for final passage of House Bill 346 using the previous roll without objection.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 346 passes. Thanks, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, thank you for your support on this issue as well.
All right, thank you. All right, Senator Reed. All right, Secretary, call House message. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sir.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 98 by Senator Orr and others relating to public K-12 school safety and security. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator
I
Reed.
make a motion we concur using previous roll.
All right, any objection? You want the long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 98. Secretary, call. Senator Reed.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, we have another.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 94 by Senator Carnley relating to taxation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr.
Senator
President,
Reed.
I would make a motion we concur using the short roll.
Any objection? You want the long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate concurs on Senate Bill 94. All right, Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 by Representative Daniels and others relating to child care and workforce development. BR pending.
All right, Senator Orr. I'm sorry, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. While there, make a motion using previous role without objection for the BR, to move the BR.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The EBR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 by Representative Daniels and others regarding child care and workforce development.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to talk a little bit about this bill real quick. I think my colleague across the way would like to talk also, but this particular is a child care tax credit bill. What this does is get working mothers especially, but workers in the state of Alabama back to work as economic development for the Alabama State Senate. I visit small and large businesses, or the chairman for that particular board. I visit small and large businesses and industry throughout the state. It's hard for me to believe that the number one issue that we're facing throughout this whole state, especially in each and every one of our districts, is workers, highly skilled workers. We all need workers in every aspect, whether that is a small business all the way up to the industry. Because most parents that are trying to get back into the workforce, they try to make a decision. They have to make a decision right now, especially if they're a parent or a single mother, and that is to either get a job and pay for child care, or they're going to stay home on a government subsidy. This particular bill and this credit is a working tax credit, because if you give someone a paycheck because they want to get back in the workforce, what this does is create income tax. It creates sales tax that comes back to the ETF. It doesn't create a void that stays there. This gets workers back into the workforce, which also lowers participation rate for the state of Alabama. This bill addresses the barrier of child care as a workforce solution. And just a few of these details of this particular bill that's already happened before it's gotten to this point where we are today to vote on this bill. This bill was originally 5 years, and they were cut down to 3 years. This bill was cut from $175 million tax credit to $82.5 million tax credit, because we understand the umbrella of what's happening with our sales tax and our income taxes. 25% of the bills has gone to rural and been carved out for rural Alabama, and if it's not used, it's reverted back into this particular bill so that everyone throughout the state can do it, but it's focused on, 25% of it's focused on rural and small business. The small business aspect of this gives them a better percentage, as you can spend $1 and get $1 back on the match. If you have over 26 employees and up, it goes to 75 cents per dollar, which can also be spread to more facilities throughout the whole state. Big corporations, which we've heard just a few minutes ago from Senator Stewart, on this particular bill has been capped, beginning with at $1 million. Now it's been cut down to $600 million. Alabama has a supply gap of 85,550 children, and 40% of those are under the age of 6. 90% of Alabama's child care providers are women. So this has been cut again to 3 years, and it's been a delayed effective date until a particular bill, the overtime bill, has gone off our books. This is reasonable, it's effective. That belief has been cut to the bone, and I believe it's time to pass this bill and invest in child care. I'll yield to my colleague.
All right. Thanks, Senator Gudger. Senator Orr.
I'm inspired.
Thank you.
All right, so turn with me. You got a copy of the bill there?
Yes, I do now.
All right, line 93. And Senator, these are real shortcomings in the bill. I hope you'll take them to heart. And if we got to carry it over and work on it tomorrow, that, I'm fine. But I read through it this weekend, and I think this is a real problem. But I could be wrong. You ready?
Yeah, go with it.
Okay, so we're talking about who is an employee, who's going to be eligible, and I'm on line 92 there. A resident of this state who works full-time or part-time. I don't know how long what is part-time? Is that 10 hours, 20 hours? It's not defined. That
isn't it a state that's already based under 32 hours on the state law?
I'm not sure. I didn't, it's not defined in here. Was it 1 hour, 5 hours,
or
32?
Or under 32?
I don't know.
Okay.
For an employer. All right, so let's drop down to an employer on line 100. A for-profit business lawfully operating in the state. And this is concern number one. So if I work for a church or a nonprofit in any realm, I'm not eligible. Am I correct?
If there's a licensed child care facility, then it would be, yes.
So
you're wanting to expand the definition of employer is what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, that's what, why has it got to be a for-profit business? I mean, there are a lot of nonprofit. If I drop my kid off at Happy Land Daycare and I work for a church, am I not eligible for this?
No, you're able to. So that's the third part of this. It's a nonprofit provider that's in there. So if you're wanting to match that employer based on the nonprofit provider grant program, and the reason being is because they do not have tax liability to claim against.
Does that go to the facility, though, the grant program, to the Happy Days child care facility?
Yes, it can go to the individual child care providers are eligible for the tax care under construction, repairs, operations. They're capped at $50,000 per nonprofit provider.
I'm back to kind of the employee. Am I not eligible for assistance if I work at a nonprofit business?
No, the nonprofit is a grant program, is what this is. It's not going to get the tax credit.
I'm not talking about the child care provider. I'm talking about me, an employee. Do I get any assistance for my expense?
Are you talking about the teachers? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about employees that work for a nonprofit business.
Oh, the teachers.
Don't work in a child care. I work at a church. I work for,
so the
art association.
The licensed daycare is who gets the facilities or who gets this.
But are workers at nonprofits, are they eligible?
The nonprofit child providers are the ones that are eligible for this.
No, I'm talking about the provider. I'm talking about an employee. I work at a church. I work somewhere else at a nonprofit.
So what are you wanting to get to the point? What's your point on this?
Well, I'm looking at employer, and again, I'm asking for guidance. I've just whipped through this on Sunday afternoon. So an employee, would be eligible, right, for the assistance, right, if they work for a for-profit business.
Correct.
Okay, let's flip that then. An employee wouldn't be eligible if they work for a nonprofit business. Am I right? I'm asking.
I would say you're correct, and I apologize, I'm not fully up on that, but I'll find out in a second. But your nonprofit providers is a grant program.
No, not talking about providers, talking about employees for nonprofit organizations.
So are you going back?
Yeah, employee for March of Dimes.
Okay, so you're talking about nonprofit employees in general, not just churches, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be a church. I'd be church secretary. I could.
All right, so back to, they don't have tax liability to claim against. So you're not able to get that. So if it's an employee of that,
But
whether
the
it's March of
employ-
Dimes or the other, you're not going to be
But
able
I'm
to.
talking about the employee that works at the March of Dimes.
Yes.
I'm not talking about the agency.
Right, they're not eligible for it because it's a nonprofit, which again, businesses don't have the tax liability to go against.
Not talking about the child care provider being a nonprofit like a church daycare or something. I'm talking about I work at March of Dimes, and I have a child, and I take them to Happy Land Daycare, and I'm under $80,000 for my salary because I work at a nonprofit. Am I able to get any assistance?
No. If you're the teacher, is what you're saying, or a worker that's there, no, you're not able to.
I'm not a teacher. I don't work at Happy Days. I work at March of Dimes.
Okay, so right now, no, if you're going through the nonprofit side of it, no, you're not.
Okay. Well, that to me is a problem because usually if you're correct, and I don't know.
I think that my answer is answering your question, so I'm not sure why you're throwing us in a circle, but if you're going to be a nonprofit, you don't have any tax liability to claim against. And it doesn't matter if it's the facility or if you're the employee. If you don't have anything to go against on the tax credit, the employees aren't going to be underneath that. So they're going to get a grant program for the facilities, but the individual employees, right, under the nonprofit area, they're not able to get that. So are you wanting them to get that tax credit?
No, I'm asking.
And I'm asking you, are you wanting them to have a tax credit?
I'm asking you. It's your bill. I've breezed through it. I hadn't gotten all the talking points like you have.
Okay.
So what you're saying is an employee, even if they work for a nonprofit or for a profit business, they never receive any subsidy or anything for their child care via their business.
Through the nonprofit, the facilities do, that's correct. But not the employee, if that's what you're asking me for the couple times, correct.
Maybe I need to go ask Caleb behind me if he's still back there.
He's there.
Okay. Let me ask you the next question. $80,000, where did we get that number?
You talking about the cap?
Yes.
I'm not sure where it came from. That's just where we ended up on it when it came to us. From the House, there was negotiations between, I think, everybody that was from the industry and the small business that was ended up, and that's where 80,000. I don't know where it came from.
So if I'm married to a neurosurgeon who makes $500,000, since it's not household income, and I make $60,000, is that still eligible for this?
Well, the $80,000 cap obviously drops that.
You trailed off. I didn't.
All right, so ask me your question again. If you get
So, here's another concern of mine. It seems like it ought to be household income. Because if I'm married to a neurosurgeon, my wife's a neurosurgeon, she makes $500,000 a year, and I make $60,000 under this bill, and we have a child, I'm eligible for assistance. I'm an eligible employee. And it seems like we ought to have it household income and not give away taxpayer dollars to people who have $560,000 annual household income.
All right.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. So the employer doesn't know the household income, but you're wanting to change it to household income. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
overall?
I'm asking the question, Senator. I hadn't said I'm going to change anything. First, I want to get an answer to my first question from the people behind me or whomever wrote the bill.
All right. I don't know where the 80,000 came from. That was for negotiations in the House and the people that were involved with it, which I haven't been because I've been focused on another bill that's been up here, if that was your original question. And then the household income, if it's $60,000 versus the $500,000.
Oh, well, I get that. If it's me, the individual, I'd be eligible at $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like we ought to take in consideration the household income rather than just the employee that we're focusing on that happens to work in a business that's getting the benefit.
So you're wanting to give the extra benefit, correct?
No, I mean, to me, if the family income is $560,000, they don't need help.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason I'm asking for the logic. What is, like I said, I breezed through this on Sunday afternoon, and
Right.
it just jumped out at me.
Okay. And I'm not sure about that.
Okay. What I'd like to do, and I know there are events planned for later this week, is to get answers to those two questions, and we will revisit it in the morning. Would be my preference to do that.
That's fine.
And
if
I'll
we
have
go through
amendments
this.
ready if that's, if you agree, good. If you don't,
Yeah, I'm not sure about amendments, obviously, until we look at them together, so we'll have to
Sure.
go through that together, but obviously, I'd be more than happy to look at those if you'd like to do that.
okay. Or we can let the gentleman from, where is he from? Trustful? Let him talk a bit, and we'll go try to find some answers.
Either one.
Yeah.
We'll let him talk all day if he wants.
But I know that we got another gentleman who wants to exit, so I'll do whatever you would like.
Okay, so let's sit and talk for a minute. So are you wanting to pass this bill if we make these amendments now? Can we do that if we look at this on the household
If I get
income
some
and then the
answers,
80,000?
yeah.
All right, so when we come back, if we do these, I'd rather do it now, get
Okay.
these answers for you, because I do not know those because I've been wrapped up in something else, and stay on here and get this done now. That's
Okay.
All right. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's fine. We got somebody who. Anyway,
Yeah, Senator Sheldon, I'll recognize him for the mic. Senator Sheldon, I know you have a lot of thoughts about this issue.
Senator Gudger. Can I move to carry it over to call the chair?
Any objection?
Senator,
There are objections. All right, we're still on the bill.
okay. I'll carry it over to call the chair.
No, we're just on the bill. What now?
Renew my motion to move it, carry it over to call the chair. HB 358.
All right.
Carry over to call the chair.
Yeah, so you want to carry it over, call the chair, and then bring it back? Is that what okay. Any objection to carrying over, call the chair? All right, hearing none, so ordered. Okay? Senator Jones.
Mr. President, the House is already closed for business today, but I've got a local Senate bill I need to get out, and I'd request unanimous consent to bring up SB 340.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
All right.
All right, Secretary, call. No.
What? Call it up. All right. On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 340 by Senator Jones regarding Cherokee County. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Jones.
I have an agreed upon substitute.
All right, Secretary Reedon received the substitute.
Oh, excuse me. I move adoption of the BR used in previous role.
Hold on 1 second. All right, let me first figure, are we on the BIR right now? Yes. All right, Senator Jones, we're on the BIR.
Yep, sorry. Move adoption of the BR used in previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Thirty-three ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 340 by Senator Jones regarding Cherokee County.
Mr. President.
Substitute pending.
Move adoption of the substitute used in previous role.
All right, any object? All right. All right, you want the long roll? Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Seventeen ayes, 3 nays, 3 abstentions. The Senator Jones substitute passes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
can I have a moment of personal privilege?
We're on the bill, so you can't do that. I mean, you can talk about the bill.
Go ahead.
All right, Senator Jones.
I'll move for final passage using that previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Albrecht.
members.
Hold on one
Mr.
second.
Williams.
All right, 17 ayes, 3 nays, 3 abstentions. Senate Bill 340 passes. Thank you, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and
Mr.
Senator, for
President.
your indulgence.
All right,
Point of
Yeah.
personal privilege.
you're recognized.
Members, I'd just like to explain why I've been up here so long today. For those of y'all that might not be aware, we had a conference committee on my Farm Center bill that we all passed out of here. We had a conference committee and 2 House members would not sign off on it. All 3 senators signed off on, and we had, and one didn't even show up. So that's the reason. It's basically, they've killed it. Unknowns to me, I don't know the reasons. I think I do. But, and then we've done 2 House bills today, and by my count, we got 26 left, and we're not going to do any more. That's it. And probably that will be my stance for tomorrow too. So I hope you don't have any House bills that are important to you, because they're probably done for this session until something happens different. So I just want to let you know that. Appreciate you, and I apologize if that causes any ill will. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Shellnut. All right, Senator Reed.
Mr. President, these gentlemen are working diligently on some answers to questions related to a piece of legislation that I know is important in this body. We carried it over to the call of the chair, and I see them continuing to converse. So at this point, I think what we'd like to do, Mr. President, is I know the senator has made some statements. He's got more to make. We can move to the next bill and hold on that until we get to a position to where we can bring the bill that was carried over to the call of the chair back, if that's agreeable to the gentleman from Jefferson.
That is agreeable, and I did misspeak because one more bill. I'm going to allow that one if y'all allow it. Now, there might be other members that don't want that one to pass, but I've made an agreement that if they work that out, that we will pass that one. But the other ones, I'll speak as long as I need to.
All right, so we'll call the next bill and then let you exercise your right. Secretary, call the next bill.
Page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 211 by Representative Keel regarding traffic infractions. BR pending.
All right, Senator Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that came about. It's a tragic situation. A mother lost her child. The child had multiple traffic violations where he was not wearing a seatbelt. The mother was not aware of that. He ended up having an accident and was killed in that traffic fatality. She came to us with this piece of legislation, and really what this bill does is it just makes the parent aware. It gives law enforcement the means to notify the parents if there's multiple infractions when it comes to a minor, anyone under the age of 19. The mother would just like to have known where she could have had a conversation, just had that conversation with her son, be able to tell them the importance of wearing that seatbelt. So, Mr. President, I would move for the BIR using the long roll.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized to speak to the BIR.
Senator Kitchens, this sounds like a great bill, and I hope we can get to a point where we can pass this bill, because I'd like to vote for it at some point. Today is not the day, or tonight, so I just want to let you know it has nothing to do with you or this bill. I think everybody's aware of what it has to deal with, so at the appropriate time, I'm going to either start my first hour, or I will advise you, I will ask you to carry it over but you can choose whichever way you want to go with that. So I just wanted to let you know.
I want to ask a question.
I think Senator Singleton has a question for you.
All right.
Senator Kitchen.
Yeah, Senator Singleton.
I hear where you're trying to go with this. So who's going to be responsible for keeping this data? You got an officer out on the road. He's working 12-hour shifts. So he's supposed to keep up with this every minor that he stops on a traffic infraction, and then go back, take that information, and then call the parents and let them know that I stopped your son for a traffic violation, or I stopped your daughter for not wearing a seatbelt or what have you. And so that officer is going to be responsible for that. Is that city, county, state, whatever officer there is? Well, what if it doesn't happen? Who's going to be responsible, and that kid go off and have something? Where's the liability lies, or is there any liability in this bill?
So it does. It would be if the citation was actually issued. So then it would go like you would have to pay your normal citation. And in the bill, it does say make a reasonable effort. So it doesn't require the actual notification to be made. It just requires that there's a reasonable effort to let the parent or the guardian, the legal custodian of that child, that underage minor, aware if there's an issue going on.
Well, okay, so let's say, for instance, if a officer makes that acknowledgement one time, right? Where does parental guidance come in at? So is that parent now going to be responsible for making sure that child, because then they go out and get another one? And what good did it do? I think it's a great concept, but I'm just trying to see where we are. I understand the emotional piece behind it. The parent, child wish they could have had that right to do, but we can't legislate parental, guidance, okay? Parents got to be parents at all time, and they need to be on top of that. And then we're saying to law enforcement that you need to, give a reasonable notice. And I just don't want law enforcement being held responsible, say, if they forget to turn it in or something. I just want to make sure the bill doesn't do something like that.
And we can make sure, because I do think we're going to have some time to work on this, and we can verify that.
I just want to be clear about it. That's all. I'd
make a motion to carry this bill over.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? House Bill 211 is carried over. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we had a piece of legislation that was carried over to the call of the chair, and the gentleman from Morgan and the gentleman from Coleman have both talked about it and worked on it, and I think they're ready to bring the bill back now. So if you can bring that legislation back.
All right, Secretary, call House Bill 358.
Page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 by Representative Daniels and others regarding child care and workforce development.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to yield to Senator Dorr.
I just wanted to thank the gentleman from Coleman to give me time to get some answers, and appreciate his indulgence. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Senator Dorr. Senator Gudger.
I just want to make sure, Senator Dorr, you're good with this bill, no amendments, is that correct? Is that everything we've done so far? All right. So having said that, I'll make a final motion to pass using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Give me a vote count when this is two of them.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, no nays.
All right, 31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 358 passes.
I appreciate the unanimous consent, including Senator Orr. Thank y'all so much.
All right, thank you. I want to recognize real quick a special guest in the gallery that was instrumental in that bill passing from the Women's Foundation, Melody Bridgeforth. If you could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Reed.
Mr. President, I think the gentleman from Jefferson is wanting to be recognized again for a point of personal privilege.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to just say again for any senator that might have been out of the room that didn't hear it, that Farm Center bill, that was very important to my district. We passed out here. The House changed it. It came back to committee. We had the conference, and all three senators signed out on the conference committee. And only one representative signed out. The other two did not sign out. So that's where we are. That's where I am. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, we just need to pass the budgets and go home because there's no other House bills, local bills. I'm sorry for you. You know, hey, hopefully you'll forget it by next session. So, but that's where we are. That's where we are. So,
all right. Thanks, Senator Shelnut.
Just
Senator
want to
Reed.
let you know, appreciate all my colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President.
Senator Figures.
Senator Senator Shelnut, I think you're being very selfish and short-sighted. I know it may be something that you want, but we don't always get what we want. This is a deliberative body, it is a democracy, and we have to go by the rules. And for you to say just because you're not going to get what you want, you're going to stand in the way of killing so many other important bills, House bills. And one of those bills has to do, it is not my bill, but it has to do with the bill about family court judges who preside over divorces. And a case that happened in Mobile where the judge couldn't take the children from this couple during a divorce, but he knew that they were not stable. The mother went home, left that courtroom, went home, killed herself and her two babies. That bill needs to pass because we cannot lose any more children like that. And so if you are going to stand here and do that, and that bill doesn't pass this session, the blood of every child that comes under those circumstances will be on your hands. Why don't you take it like a big boy, just like I took mine like a big girl the other day? I said my piece and I left it alone. Senator Reid and I are fine. So I just had to say that to you. It was put on my heart, and I have to say that because that bill is very important. And it makes no sense for us not to pass that bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah.
Point of personal privilege, I appreciate your passion, Senator Figures. I know you're passionate about certain bills, and I'm passionate about a bill that, is not dead yet, and maybe something will change and can change my stance. And so hopefully, because I've got some House bills that I would like to pass, but, I have a Senate bill that's, kind of sitting out there in limbo right now and not going anywhere and needs some life support. So, y'all use I see y'all, many senators use the rules. That's what the rules are for. And so they're available to me, and this is my only course of action at this time. So that looks like where we're at.
All right. Thanks, Senator Shelnut. All right, Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the discussion today. We are a deliberative body. That's what we do in the Senate. And we've got issues, we got challenges. We try to work to manage them. So that will be our ongoing task. I appreciate all the engagement by members today. And with that, let me make a quick announcement for the majority leader. Upon adjournment, there's going to be a quick caucus meeting for the Republican caucus that the majority leader asked me to announce. With that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion. We stand adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, May 8th.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.